Good afternoon, honorable members. When the business of this House suspended for the luncheon break, the seat was reserved by the honorable member for Marathon. The chair now recognizes the honorable member for Marathon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to rise to represent the wonderful people of Marathon and to give my report to the nation on the mid-year activities of the Ministry of Environment and Housing, which coincidentally enough kind of coincides with our midterm activities. Mr. Speaker, I sat through 3 days of debate, including today, and it's amusing to listen to members opposite because their perspective, and according to them, nothing is right. To them, no progress has been made. To them, they have all the answers. We in Marathon, we know them well. They speak up and out on issues without offering solutions. They preach a politics of disillusionment where nothing is right. Because they offer no solutions, Mr. Speaker, they are light without effulgence, casting no light on the path for others to benefit. All their lights are turned inwards, illuminating egos to which Nietzsche said and called illuminating their own ressentiment. Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely proud of the work of the ministry over the past year. We achieved many goals and will press forward to ensure we continue to protect, conserve, and maintain the sustainability of our ecosystems and the integrity of the environment for the well-being of the Bahamian people. Jay Inslee said that we are the first generation to feel the impacts of climate change, and we are the last generation that can do something about it. Well, we at the Ministry of Environment and Housing, we agree wholeheartedly and we endorse these sentiments. In September 2019, my ministry declared the Bahamas in a state of climate change crisis. And in response to this pending ecocide, we established the Climate Change Unit within the Ministry of Environment and Housing. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the Climate Change Unit embarked on a diverse menu of projects from renewable energy to the campaign banning select single-use plastic products to legislative reform on the environment end. Let me establish some context to what I'm about to say, Mr. Speaker. When we released our manifesto in 2017, the nation was reeling from one environmental calamity and disaster to another, one after another. The good people of Marathon had to endure a fuel leak for 14 months because the Christie Davis administration chose to keep a report from them. In fact, if I and others did not speak out on their behalf at a so-called town meeting, the Rubis report may still be hidden. For 14 months, they let them bathe in, cook with, and drink water contaminated with fuel. The other calamity was the landfill. The landfill burned for 4 weeks, forcing school closures, evacuations from neighborhoods, and negatively impacting the health and environment of all residents. At Clifton Pier, oil was flowing unabated and non-stop from the cliffs at Clifton Pier, and in our manifesto, we promised to fix the landfill, and we did. We promised to stop the leak at Clifton Pier, and we did. So when I hear them talking, when the ressentiment in them reaches a point where they can contain it no longer, they conveniently ignore these simple truths of what has already been accomplished within the first year as we continue to march forward and onward and upward. In our manifesto, we also promised to create we also promised to create a Ministry of the Environment by enacting legislation to incorporate existing strands of environmental-related policies currently embodied in legislation governing various ministries, departments, agencies, to bring more focused attention to these policies.
Honorable members.
I can organize that.
Honorable members.
With the boss man.
That's fine, but I ain't gonna be there. I am happy to report that we have achieved this goal with the recent passage of the suite of environmental legislation, which includes the Ministry of Environment Act 2019 and the Environmental Planning and Protection Act 2019. Again, Mr. Speaker, in our manifesto, we promised to phase out the use of single-use plastic bags by 2020. I'm happy to report that we have successfully passed legislation to assist in achieving this goal. The Environmental Protection Control of Plastic Pollution Act 2019 was passed in Parliament in December 2019 and came into effect the 1st of January 2020. Mr. Speaker, let me put this into context. The largest retailer in this country, the largest one, distributes 38 million single-use plastic bags every year. That's 38 million single-use plastic bags every year. The ministry estimates that we use between 80 to 100 million of these single-use plastic bags every year. That's putting it into context. Mr. Speaker, in order to transform a country, you have to actually do things beyond preaching a politics of disillusionment. They would have you believe that nothing is happening, or worse still, that nothing has been achieved. Clearly, they could only be joking, embittered by their constant echoes of their failures that they see in our successes. Mr. Speaker, we are currently in the first phase of implementation of the ban on selected single-use plastic items. The first line of defense and implementation is at the border. The Climate Change Unit continues to work closely with the Department of Customs to ensure a smooth rollout of the ban, and we thank the Department of Customs and the Ministry of Finance to date. More than 250 establishments have been visited, and over 50% of the businesses were found to be in compliance. The Climate Change Unit visited Andros, Eleuthera, and Exuma last year as a part of the public education and outreach campaign on the ban, and recently visited Long Island, and will be in Cat Island, the Berry Islands, San Salvador, Inagua, Acklins, Crooked Islands, and I think they just came back from Bimini and are scheduled for the months of February and March to continue to trudge forward, Mr. Speaker. The unit continues its outreach campaign throughout the second half of 2019. They also made 35 in-person presentations to church groups, private and civic organizations on the implications of the implementation of the 2020 ban. They provided the necessary training to officers of the Bahamas Department of Customs and commenced a media blitz to ensure that all residents and citizens of the Bahamas were well aware of the pending changes, which I must emphasize were outlined in our 2017 manifesto that I've been talking about constantly since I entered this honorable house, that we had our first town meeting in July 2018 in relation to. The Climate Change Unit successfully spearheaded numerous reusable shopping bag giveaways with the assistance of our corporate sponsors and partners like Abaco Markets Limited, New Providence Ecology Park, the Insurance Commission of the Bahamas, Alive, and Rev Bahamas. To date, Mr. Speaker, over 100,000 reusable bags were placed into the hands of Bahamians ahead of the January 1st effective date. These collaborations also expanded the reach of the unit, the primary goal to ensure that every person living and working within our borders was fully aware of the pending ban and the options for alternate use. In addition, the unit's education campaign is also advancing the message of a healthier Bahamas through this initiative, as the improper use of plastics are associated with various forms of environmental pollution and degradation, not the least of which is microplastics in the ocean, where it is estimated, and it is quite possible, that we can have more microplastics in the ocean than fish. But something that is even of more great concern, the banning of the styrofoam utensils, and given the fact that we have some of the highest cancer rates in the world. By implementing a plastic and styrofoam ban, the Bahamas has joined more than 40 countries around the world, including parts of the United States, the United Kingdom, Denmark, Ireland, Kenya, Rwanda, Haiti, Antigua, and Barbuda, and on it goes, who have already enforced or are about to enforce such a ban. The impacts of climate change around the world have left citizens reeling, from record heat to forest fires in Australia to flooding in Brazil, and of course to the devastation wrought by Hurricane Dorian. The impacts of climate change have presented new challenges, and my ministry has placed special attention on identifying opportunities to increase and introduce renewable energy into the public sector. Mr. Speaker, I will now give a brief overview of some of the award-winning renewable energy and energy efficiency projects that happened in the capital that the climate change unit in my ministry was responsible for. Number one, National Stadium, which won the Caribbean Renewable Energy Forum's award for Best Distributed Generation Project. Approximately 1 megawatt of solar panels was installed at the stadium at Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium, which continues to provide electricity, Mr. Speaker, to the national grid. Citizens use the solar-covered parking lot on a daily basis to access the stadium or to conduct business at the Road Traffic Department. The rapid charge electric vehicle charging station also has been charging a minimum of 5 vehicles daily since its commission last year. This is the first solar car park in the history of our country, but yet we've done nothing. Anatole Rogers High School, which won the Caribbean Renewable Energy Forum's Best Energy Efficiency Project. This is a 250 kilowatt roof-mounted solar system, which simply means the solar panels are on the roof at Anatole Rogers, as well as relevant energy efficiency improvements to the school in the form of complete retrofitting of the electrical infrastructure and technology. There was the introduction of exterior lighting control systems, the installation of vacancy sensors for the classrooms and administrative offices, and water controls in the restrooms. This was completed in September of last year, Mr. Speaker, and commissioned in January 2020. Next up, TG Glover Primary School. This is estimated to be completed in September 2020, and in 2018, the ministry was successfully awarded a grant from the Italian government for the retrofitting of the TG Glover Primary School, one of the largest primary schools on New Providence. TG Glover currently has 730 registered students and is a magnet school for students with learning challenges. This project will include the retrofitting of one of the largest primary schools on the island of New Providence with a 136.2 kW photovoltaic battery backup system. So in addition to panels, they will have the batteries, the construction of a greenhouse for pilot horticultural curricular studies, and establishing a pilot recycling program to investigate suitable solid waste management strategies for educational institutions, Mr. Speaker. Estimated time of completion, again, September. I turn my attention now to the work we're doing at the Office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. After the completion of an energy audit at the Office of the Prime Minister, an RFP was issued. An energy audit was formed, and this formed the basis of the request for proposals to facilitate the construction of a second solar car park. In this case, approximately 0.5 megawatt of solar car park will be constructed on the grounds of the Office of the Prime Minister with electric vehicle charging stations. And this project is expected also to be completed in September and October of this year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Green Climate Fund is the world's largest international climate fund, and it has raised $10.3 billion in equivalent in pledges from 43 state governments to finance and promote a paradigm shift to low emissions and climate resilient development. Through this mandate, the fund provides financial support for readiness and preparatory activities to strengthen the institutional capacities of the Bahamas. The Ministry of Environment and Housing has been appointed the national designated authority and focal point for the Green Climate Fund in the Bahamas. The national designated authority plays a crucial role in facilitating, supporting, and creating an enabling environment for the Green Climate Fund processes within the country. The ministry has applied for and received readiness support under this program and continues to work closely with them as we move forward. One of the studies that we received support for is to augment the work of the power company and the IDB to evaluate the current condition of our grid, a grid stabilization study. And what that really means is that if we were to convert to renewable energy, how stable is the distribution system by Bahamas Power and Light? Will it be able to handle this increased amount of energy from other sources? We need to know the answer to that if we're going to implement renewable energies on a wide scale, and that's what this study does. Mr. Speaker, after the passing of Hurricane Dorian, the unit applied for and received the recent readiness grant that I just mentioned aforesaid. And also, we will receive assistance in surge modeling, which will help to identify some of our at-risk communities from climate change and storm surge. Mr. Speaker, I turn quickly to the activities completed under the Department of Environmental Health Services. Under the Department of Environmental Health Services, a total of 2,220 vehicles have been identified and removed from various communities in New Providence in the first half of the fiscal year 2019-2020, consisting of 35 commercial vehicles, 482 trucks, and 1,503 cars. 3 contractors have been utilized in this program. In addition, 208 vehicles have been removed from Abaco post-Hurricane Dorian. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to the solid waste cleanup program. As planned, cleanup activities were conducted in various communities, including Fox Hill, Engliston, Marathon, and Garden Hills. Approximately 450 cubic yards of combined waste has been removed from these communities. In terms of vector control, the rodent control program in New Providence was challenged by Hurricane Dorian, as staff had to be redeployed to Grand Bahama and Abaco. But we're running full steam ahead, and in that area we continue to educate the public on bad practices, some of the bad practices that we do every day that encourage rodent breeding and harborage. The DHS bulk removal program, along with the educational program, is expected to impact this significantly, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I have to make this point. And the point is this, that the harbinger, the linchpin, the fulcrum of revising and reusing waste in this country was the landfill, because all of this waste needs somewhere to go. And that place that it has to go can't be on fire. Mr. Speaker, you'll recall that in January of last year, our government introduced twice-weekly residential garbage collection. And everyone listening to the sound of my voice that's in New Providence will either readily admit or reluctantly agree, or be like members opposite, totally deny that there's been an improvement in the collection of residential garbage. Mr. Speaker, the Environmental Monitoring and Risk Assessment Division, MRAD, continues to monitor oil spills and fuel companies, etc. The unit conducted a number of investigations related to indoor air quality concerns in public and private buildings. Typically, that has to do with mold. And MRAD continues to monitor the cleanup at Equinor, and they so far are pleased with the result. It's important for me to emphasize that we have had repeated groundwater testing, not just by Equinor, but by independent agencies that verify there's been no groundwater contamination. To give you some numbers, to date, 58,774 barrels of oil and oily water have been collected, 37,892 cubic yards of contaminated soil removed, 5,352 cubic yards of wood chips have been recovered. Mr. Speaker, the prosecution's unit of the Environmental Court is up and running. And if you read the newspaper today, there was an article in it today. But of course, if you ask members opposite, this is nothing either. But I don't ever remember under the Christie Davis administration reading anything about no environmental court, but the member from Cat Island is free to correct me if I'm wrong. You'll recall that in February 2019, the first cases for the environmental violations were heard. To date, almost 100 cases have been heard and thousands of dollars in fines collected. Mr. Speaker, I now turn quickly to the forestry unit. The role of the forestry unit is to develop the forest resources of the Bahamas to their maximum potential by applying sound scientific methods. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that our 2 greatest forest reserves are in Abaco and Grand Bahama. They were severely impacted by Hurricane Dorian, severely impacted. Over 100,000 acres of forest lands were impacted by Hurricane Dorian. Over 100,000 acres. To remediate the impacts, the forest ecosystems, we need to undertake a pine tree salvage program. And to that end, expressions of interest have been placed or were placed in the local dailies in the latter months of 2019, and 6 companies responded. And we're going through the process of selecting a company. It is important to remove these trees because as they are dead, they represent tinder or fuel that will accelerate and accentuate fires, and fires are a natural part of the ecology of pine forests, Mr. Speaker. So it's not a question of if a fire is going to happen, it's when. Since the start of the 2019-2020 budget year, the government has progressively pursued the completion of infrastructure works in the Carmichael Village subdivision. This is not counting the Sunset Close subdivision, which is up and running, and the Lionel Davis subdivision on Roma Street, which is up and running, and Central Pines, which has lot for sales right now. Not counting that. This is a 300-lot subdivision in Carmichael. Well, for the first time since this subdivision has been floating around, we have approved civil drawings. First time. They had the subdivision too. They had it too, but they don't have that. And also, we've issued the RFPs for it, so we expect to begin the civil works very eminently. The Department of Housing is also actively working with the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness, Management and Reconstruction to provide housing for Abaco residents displaced by Hurricane Dorian. Mr. Speaker, I turn my attention quickly to the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation. They're an approved lender in the Bahamas, authorized to make government-insured loans under the provisions of the Housing Act, to both in relation to the public and private sector. Mr. Speaker, the corporation, like so many other institutions, was severely impacted by Hurricane Dorian on the 1st of September 2019. It affected 510 clients in Grand Bahama and 131 clients in the Abacos. Many of the homes were severely damaged, causing millions of dollars in repairs, as well as a significant number of homeowners displaced. However, due to the corporation's policy to maintain homeowner insurance and to pay it, our clients are insured, and those houses will be rebuilt, Mr. Speaker, every single one. Mr. Speaker, for the 6 months following Hurricane Dorian, the corporation offered payment waivers to all of its clients in Abaco and Grand Bahama who wished to apply for reprieve as they rebuilt their lives. Mr. Speaker, we felt that this was the humanitarian and brotherly and sisterly thing to do. Mr. Speaker, the corporation also made mobilization payments available to all customers in both islands to further assist the clients in their rebuilding process. And the corporation intends to further work with its clients in all of its restoration efforts. Because even though I mentioned the 131 clients and 510 clients in Grand Bahama and Abacos and the Abacos, we're really talking about people. We're talking about the lives of people, rebuilding our people and getting them up and running. Mr. Speaker, the corporation continues to explore the opportunities to work with external partners along with private home developers to meet the country's demand for affordable housing. And due to the success of the Queen's Park initiative, where Bahamians were put in homes, and again, to the initiative at Spring City, where Bahamians were put in homes, we will continue to pursue this aggressively, Mr. Speaker. And on the accounting and finance activity of the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation, Mr. Speaker, they take the prudent and fiscal management with a view to improving BMC's financial position very, very seriously. And in this regard, have commissioned all of the outstanding audits dated from 2014 to be completed and brought up to date by the end of this calendar year. Mr. Speaker, however, the most important project is the long-awaited completion of the new head office facility at the corporation. Mr. Speaker, we talk about things being done, and I mentioned transformation. And we all know that transformation is never easy, because some of us, and I better put my hands here because I get accused of pointing, but I'll look. Some of us are stuck in the old way of doing things, right? But if you pay attention to what's happening, the Prince George Wharf will be transformed in front of your eyes. A new embassy is going up on East Street. The post office building is going to come down. And the courts go up. The Central Bank of the Bahamas will rise from the ashes of the Royal Victoria Hotel. And we at the Ministry of Environment and Housing, we're going to do our part. And ain't no one leaving us behind. I guess that's the Cat Island way of doing things. Ain't no one can leave us behind. And the fact of the matter is that...
No, this is not Cat Island.
I got you. But one thing I would say is that we won't be left behind, and the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation is going to open its new headquarters there on East Hill Street and occupy those grounds. We've converted and retrofitted the 200-year-old historic building, paying close attention to all of the historic features. And we repaired them, right? We didn't just put a Band-Aid on it. like what they tried to do at Clifton Pier, a Band-Aid and a toothbrush to fix an oil leak, right? They didn't do that. Mr. Speaker, the board of directors and executive management and the staff of the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation remain committed in its effort to carry out the corporation's mandate. And Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be like Long Island and have to crave your indulgence for 3 minutes and a paragraph. But I will say this. he's my friend and my brother. No, never mind that. He's my friend and my brother. But in concluding, Mr. Speaker, I have, in the remaining time I have, which I'm noting, 4 minutes and 50 seconds or so. But in concluding, I'd like to mention the Be a Hero program, which is a campaign launched by our ministry. And the whole purpose of this campaign was to capture the minds of the young people. You see, Mr. Speaker, if you're riding down the road and you throw in garbage out of your car, there's very little we could do with you other than to prosecute you. And that's why we set up the environmental court, and that's what we've been doing, prosecuting you. But we believe this. This is a part of our essence, our Zeitgeist, right? That if we get a critical mass of people, all we need is a critical mass of young people believing in a cleaner environment, believing in a cleaner country, then we can have the change that we all want to see. We are on the front lines of this war on climate change, a war that we did not start. It is important to gear our young people and have them ready to embrace a world that's clearly changing. Mr. Speaker, we unveiled the second half of the Be a Hero program, which is open to all associations. There's $10,000 in prize money up for grabs. And I went to Bahamas Harvest Church and made that presentation, and they said they're going to win. I'm not going to comment on that, but what I will say is that it's open to all associations, all church groups, all choirs, all fraternities, all sororities, all lodges. I think you get the picture. It's open actually to everyone. There's $10,000 up for grabs, and we thank Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines for providing the prize money. And this is the second phase of the Be a Hero competition. Mr. Speaker, August of 2019 was the hottest month on record. Sorry, the summer of 2019, particularly July and August, hottest month. And we saw it. I indicated some of these things. We saw record heat waves in Europe, North India, a pile of manure self-ignited in Spain. And I'll leave that right there, but that's very unusual, right? I'm going to resist the temptation to comment further, because sometimes my sense of humor gets the better of me. But I would say this, right? We weren't spared here. You know, like a lot of us think that we are spared these changes of the climate here in the Bahamas. But I'm here to tell you that microplastics exist in the fish we eat right here. Right? What you go down and buy. These things are right here on our doorstep, right? And Hurricane Dorian is an expression of that. The strongest hurricane on record, the strongest on record in the history, since they've been keeping data on these events. This morning, tornadoes disrupting lives, hundreds missing, 70-odd dead. I mean, this is unprecedented in the history of our country. And the real question is, how do we respond to that? We know our neighbors to the north say that, well, the big one says that climate change isn't real. But I'm here to say that the data is clear. The science is clear. Our planet is getting warmer. So what do we do? Because the limit of science is science can't teach you ethics. Science can't do that. It can do a lot of wonderful stuff, like turn the lights on, have the AC blow, and give us a mic. But it can't teach you ethics. It can't teach you the right thing to do in any given circumstances. And I'm submitting for the consideration of the Bahamian people and proudly standing on the record that what we have accomplished, that we have done the right thing. We brought the landfill under control. We brought that under control. We stopped the pollution going into the water at Clifton Pier. We've installed almost 2 megawatts of renewable energies are in the pipeline. A megawatt is sitting there by Thomas A. Robinson Stadium, and there's lots more to come. But the most important thing is that this legislative vacuum that we've complained about as environmentalists for years, I complained about it, that there was no environmental protection, I complained about it. We passed that suite of legislation that better enables the Bahamas National Trust to do its work, the Bahamas Protected Area Trust Fund to do its work, creates a Ministry of Environment because we didn't exist in law before, and establishes a Department of Environmental Planning and Protection because whether we want to admit it or not, our courts have adjudicated that the best commission is an internal advisory body. Mr. Speaker, we proudly stand on our record and we say that we are, to go back to the beginning, that we are light with effulgence. And of course, we have no worries with Rosantaman because it doesn't bother us. Mr. Speaker, may God bless the people of Marathon and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, honorable member.
As many. Chair recognizes a member for South Beach.
Deputy, I have to behave myself this afternoon. Invited.
On the manners today.
Heavy. Ain't nowhere.
Only because his wife was here, that's why he could do that.
No, I begin always, Deputy, by the grace and peace of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the fellowship of the Holy Spirit, and the love of God be with all of us today. Please know that I am grateful to and for the divine essence, the great I am, for the honor to serve our Bahamian people and to endorse this government's supplemental budget of 2020. A budget that respects and responds to the unwelcome distress 5 months ago and yet pledges a full throttle embrace of the lucrative opportunities that it presents here. Mr. Speaker, may I beg your indulgence to publicly thank some who are near and dear to me for their continued support as I serve the Bahamian people. I begin most presciently with my wife, Michelle, whose patience is beyond measure as my duties extend from sunrise to well after sunset. Daughters and grandchildren for being a source for my wife, Michelle, whose patience is beyond measure. My duties extend well beyond sunset for our daughters and grandchildren and relatives, being a source of transcendent light and love. Thank the great people of South Beach. Continue to open their homes and their hearts as I walk through their neighborhoods, listening to their concerns and suggestions. And as I make great attempts to balance my ministerial responsibilities and duties with that of being an attentive representative for the amazing, hardworking, dedicated team of executives and captains, my beloved team members who are here today, as they are in continuous, unending support of their Member of Parliament and who labor tirelessly, Mr. Deputy, in their service to this community. I am grateful to them, and I am grateful for them. From my beginning, my tenure member for South Beach, I've made it my business to be as available as possible. I've made the commitment that every Thursday, or whenever we decide, when I'm down, I will be in my office, providing support, encouragement, and service to our Bahamian people. And I'm there until the last person leaves. There is no office hours as such, not 3 to 5, 3 to 7. Whenever they leave, I leave. And I give them and assist them to be their own fishers of men, giving them when needed a fish. But equally, Mr. Deputy, importantly, teaching them how to fish so that the words of our preamble, in which no man, woman, or child shall ever be slave or bondsman to anyone may be truly enfleshed in their lives. So while I consider it superfluous to repeat the justification of this exercise, commentary in and out of this place makes one wonder just how profoundly some may have fully grasped the severity of the assault that visited this country, most particularly Abaco and Grand Bahama, several months ago. Being in this most honorable house, I will confine my remarks to the most elegant and distinguished. But since it seems necessary so to do, may I refer, sir, to a February 4th report generated by the assessment of an IMF team led by one Fabian Bornhorst, who visited the Bahamas January 27 to 31st this year to examine the economic development post-Dorian. Here's what the report says, Michael. Our heartfelt sympathies are with the victims of Hurricane Dorian and with those who face the arduous task of rebuilding their lives. The arduous task of rebuilding their lives. Hurricane Dorian devastated parts of Abaco and Grand Bahama, resulting in a sharp fall in tourists visiting these areas. Nevertheless, a gradual recovery is already underway. Tourism to other islands of the archipelago is holding up. The pace of recovery, Mr. Deputy, it says, will depend on the implementation of the reconstruction plan. Critical elements include the rebuilding of infrastructure, the expeditious processing of construction permits, the availability of labor, the availability of private and public financing. And like me, sir, the IMF does not squander words. It means what it says. And it pointedly referred to arduous and devastating. These sentiments, in fact, correspond closely to the observation made by the United Nations chief who visited the Bahamas last September 14th, Antonio Guterres. And he described the category of Hurricane Dorian as being category hell than the official category 5 designation used by meteorologists. So, sir, I am understandably befuddled by the commentary expressed, more disappointingly, from those whom I had previously deferred a benefit grounded in sound, intelligent reasoning and erudition. I have not lost hope, nor has my respect for their right to be misconceived diminished. The IMF called us a resilient people. A resilience, I proffer, which is established in a can-do and get-it-done spirit and forged through the crucible of making tough decisions. Stated by the Honorable Member for Michael, I need better eyes. No one likes to borrow. No one wants to borrow. But the choice between having to borrow, painful and unpalatable as that may be, and restoring precious, now traumatized and despairing lives of our Bahamian brothers and sisters in northern islands is really, Mr. Deputy, no choice at all. Like it was asked earlier, what alternative options are being forwarded? What are we to do with nearly 10,000 students between the two affected islands who now have no school or then no school to go? Teachers, administrators, and support staff. Education, as you know, must continue. Exit exams come around May each year. BJCs, BGCSEs, all of which determine whether students gain acceptability into universities, move on to higher grades, and at what level, even get jobs. So, Deputy, those exam dates are virtually immovable. The interference in an instructional and vocational time has been found by some psychologists as one of the most disruptive forces in a student's life, especially those who are serious about their studies or those who are coming close to the end of their academic careers. What do you do? Capitulate to the doubtful, the intellectually lethargic, the incapable or the unwilling to serve the highest interests of the Bahamian people? Or to take charge and get people's lives restored as soon as possible, especially knowing that returning to school life is one of the best healing mechanisms for healthy communal restoration there is. No, Mr. Speaker. No. 10,000 students and some 1,200 other staff need a decisive, invigorated leadership to put their shattered lives and existences back together. That's what this supplemental budget is all about. That's why South Beach endorses this bill and fully supports this government's intention. Every single school in Grand Bahama and Abaco was damaged or destroyed. Everyone. Not a single school building or Ministry of Education facility was untouched. This forced the creative impulses of the ministry to spring into action, because now thousands of students found themselves in New Providence and elsewhere in the Bahamas and needed to be put back into school. Thus, the Ministry of Education, along with the Ministries of Health, Social Services, the police, the National Insurance Board, organized a registration center manned for nearly 18 hours a day at the National Stadium for 1 month to process the displaced students and with teams from the respective ministries. Every single Abaco student or teacher or support staff, most in Grand Bahama, were displaced, somehow disaffected, just at the start of the school year. You know, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, Jesus called us to be servants, a privileged human distinction, which ultimately means to empower people and empower them to their own greatness. This is what he meant. I'm talking about Jesus when he said in Luke chapter 10, verse 19, "Behold, I've given you authority to tread on serpents and scorpions, over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall hurt you." End quote. In fact, the Apostle Peter picks it up in his second epistle when he says, and I quote, "His divine power has granted us all things that pertain to life and godliness, through knowledge of him who called us to his own glory and excellence, by which he has granted to us his precious and very great promises, so that through them you may become partakers of the divine nature." End quote. Oh, Holy Spirit. Empowerment, you see, Mr. Deputy, is the twin of accountability. It simply means being responsible. We are participants in the divine nature, and thus a certain standard is expected of us. We have no excuse because we are capable. It is our nature. This is why the supplemental budget in this exercise is powerful and refreshing, coming at it as it does in an atmosphere of accountability. No one could have been surprised by this requirement unless they'd been hiding under a rock for the better part of the last 6 months. Last November, member for East Grand Bahama stated as Minister of Finance who signs my paycheck, and I quote, "The deficit for the fiscal year will balloon by more than $430 million. It's last November, because of Hurricane Dorian, with the government expecting to spend nearly $230 million to recover from the storm, while anticipating a revenue hit of about $215 million. That fiscal targets must be adjusted so that the economy can get back on track. He said that during the time when he laid before the House of Assembly this fiscal strategy. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important pieces of legislation in Bahamian history, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, prescribes the development of a culture of accountability so that the Bahamian people could be effectively empowered. This is what this is all about. That November 2019 fiscal strategy report is online today and has been tabled in this House for all to see, so that they will know precisely where their VAT money and all other government receipts go. Can I get an amen? Amen. Praise the Lord. As promised, every cent received and spent by this government to cover anything, especially recovery from Dorian, will be laid before the House and in the public domain for all to see. That's accountability. That's transparency. Tell me a government before now who has done that. Now let me ask you. I've sat at the doorstep of history now for the last 45 years as a member of the media. I've been in this place many times. I can't remember a government standing before the Bahamian people giving an account as this government has done and is doing, Mr. Speaker. How can anyone question the fiscal state of repairs? Or even if they properly understood that state, how could they not appreciate the magnitude of the devastation such a calamity as Dorian inflicted on these islands? It must either be, never mind. In education alone, we estimate, that's right, in the spirit, praise the Lord. We estimate a Dorian loss in education of over $25 million just for schools to return to their optimum operating conditions. Let me give you an example, Mr. Deputy. Hugh Campbell has virtually no roof. In fact, many of the schools in Grand Bahama are with tarps on their roof. That's all fine and good if we have a sun-shining day, as many of our days are. But God help those students if it rains, because that's virtually no school. Patrick Bethel and Central Abaco Primary in Abaco cannot open because they are so severely damaged, almost virtually destroyed. They are among the 23 schools on both islands that need over $25 million in urgent repairs. The Ministry of Education, getting to work as it did, immediately after the storm, spent some $2.6 million so that schools in those respective islands can open as quickly as they can. Of the 19 Grand Bahama schools right now, right this minute, 12 of them need repairs, additional repairs, totaling nearly $5 million. Of the 15 Abaco public schools, 11 need additional repairs at a cost of some approximately $11 million, somewhere in the neighborhood of 17 or so million dollars, Mr. Speaker. I can report to this House of Assembly that a decision has been made by the ministry to build a single comprehensive school in High Rock, Grand Bahama, which will accommodate which, Mr. Speaker, will accommodate the entire population of the 4 severely damaged schools. It is further proposed that a new primary school be constructed to replace the Treasure Key Primary School, plans which are now very aggressively underway. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we also spent some $200,000 on lump sum payments for persons in Abaco, relocation allowance of $431,000. In Grand Bahama, 737 persons were affected, totaling $737 in lump sum and relocation expenses of some $468,000. As I said earlier, sir, including those infrastructure repairs between Grand Bahama and Abaco, there was some 2.6 million, approximately $2.6 million that was spent in bringing back those institutions to some state of normalcy. They're not back yet. We still need considerable sources of funds in order to assist in us getting to where we need to be. But we are on the way. This is why this is so important. Let me turn my attention, Mr. Speaker, to BTVI. Another one of my bosses are here, so I have to give a great report. The government is committed, as you know, in its manifesto to increase the profile and availability of technical education in the Bahamas. But Dorian set us back just a bit. And I say to my beloved honorable member and brother from Mangrove Key, well on the way. He certainly will be taken care of. Mangrove Key is well on the way. Looking very, very promising and profitable for September of 2020. Oh, absolutely. Dorian slammed into Freeport and derailed BTVI's plan just slightly, when as a result, some 50% of the students were unable to go to school because 7 of BTVI's buildings were damaged at a cost of approximately $2.5 million. Now, in one of the buildings, the top floor is operating at the moment, which has benefited some students who have returned. So we've got approximately 60% of those now, 60% of the original student body now working back in that. But we also went to St. George's High School and rented some of the classrooms at a cost of some $500 per month. So we are very grateful to St. George's for coming and partnering with BTVI. You know, Mr. Deputy, the government initiated a year ago the free tuition at BTVI. And that was offered to all qualified students. To make it acceptable to as many students as possible, here's the genius of this government and the leadership at BTVI. A full-time student in a university or a tertiary education is required to do a minimum of 12 hours. But to enable students who some of them would not have been otherwise able to attend BTVI, decision was taken that a full-time student would be 9 hours, 3 courses, technical courses. The intention is that BTVI is not to become an academic institution. That's not its intention. It is to equip people, students, with technical skills that can be immediately applied in the marketplace. That will do a significant job in erasing now the approximately 46% skills gap in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, which BTVI and Rotary partnered the other day, and I was proud to be a speaker that was identified, which was also identified as one of the main deficiencies, if you wish, in the National Development Plan, as what the Bahamas is suffering. So at the moment, BTVI is on a phenomenal roll. $10 million or so has been earmarked, partly through the loan from the Caribbean Development Bank and matching funds from our government to significantly upgrade that campus, both here in Nassau and in the Family Islands. And by September, BTVI is going to be a smart campus in New Providence, wireless free, 100%. I also want to advise, Mr. Speaker, Deputy, that BTVI benefited from a fundraiser by the Royal Bank of Canada, whose Race for the Kids, which is a global charitable event, was launched here in the Bahamas, the third Caribbean country it has been held. Thousands of dollars were raised, part for the rebuilding of the Grand Bahama campus and the Abaco Center in the wake of unprecedented damage caused by Dorian. I'm also proud to say that BTVI, in partnership with the Rotary Club of Nassau, as I indicated earlier, hosted a luncheon town hall meeting to discuss the results of a recent skills gap survey conducted in the Bahamas. According to the results, 46% of employers stated that they are unable to recruit local employees who meet their needs. We are happy to also report that the Commonwealth of Learning and BTVI sound in agreement in 2019 to assist in expanding access to and ensuring the quality of online and blended learning at that school, all just in time for students who would have been affected by Hurricane Dorian. I turn now, Mr. Speaker, to my attention to the University of the Bahamas. As you remember, again, September of last year, the university began the free tuition initiative by the government of the Bahamas. As a result, there was a 57% increase in enrollment in students over the previous year. 1,000 students, over 1,000, would have benefited as a result, Mr. Speaker. It is projected that over the next 5 years, we are looking at approximately an additional 3,500 students at the University of the Bahamas, principally because of the government's free tuition initiative. I must also say to you, sir, that the UB also suffered significant loss as a result of those. In Grand Bahama, when you add up the 2 buildings that were destroyed, when you add up the furniture and the equipment and supplies, the UB, I don't keep saying BTVI, UB had a loss of over $17 million in Grand Bahama. Now, if there's any reason why we have to have a supplemental budget, Mr. Speaker, in addition to health, social services, infrastructure, education, it's certainly. When you think of it, they've had to go out and rent 4 classroom spaces at Bishop Michael L. Security, cleanup costs, and other ancillary services have come to over $150,000. Had to rent space at the Teachers Credit Building with a cost of some $500,000 in order to get it equipped so that it could be useful for the students there. You will also remember just a month ago that the University of the Bahamas launched the groundbreaking of a new residential facility and multi-purpose complex that will impact education, the over-the-hill community, and the University of the Bahamas in a number of significant ways. First of all, there will be a significant increase in entrepreneurial and other economic opportunities for the surrounding community. There will be the provision of 1,000 rooms dedicated for students. And these housing options will also be available for visiting faculty and research scholars. This will enable the University of the Bahamas to transition from a commuter campus to a residential campus, critical in the life of a university student. Also, it will expand opportunities for the university student to participate in exchange programs with other colleges and universities around the world. And there will be, of course, an increased sources of revenue for the university through retail outlets, increasing the university's endowment fund, and as well with the international accreditation attract students from abroad who will be able to use their country's federal financial aid to attend the University of the Bahamas. What a mercy. Also, Mr. Speaker, I may say this, Mr. Deputy. Last year, when it was announced by the university president, Dr. Rodney Smith, that the requirements for entrance was to be like every other university where you needed 2 points, so on and so. And it was roundly excoriated in the media as having to lower the standard of the University of the Bahamas. May I say to you, sir, at the end of fall 2019, it was recorded that 218 students had a cumulative grade point average of 3.5 or better on a 4-point scale. Don't clap yet. Of the 218 students, 161 of those were recipients of the government's tertiary grant initiative. 74%. University of the Bahamas. I speak now, Mr. Speaker, to technology. So remember, September of 2018, government launched a $17 million technology initiative, signing with 4 vendors. It was known as the One Network Project. It was designed to create a smart educational system, a smart school. To date, 11 schools have been fully completed and connected to the government network, GNET. And Cisco equipment have been pre-purchased to outfit an additional 30 schools. In September last year, Mr. Speaker, without realizing, the Bahamas launched its first, and some suggest the Caribbean first, virtual school in our country's history. First. In the meantime, so as to not interrupt the progress toward a fully digitized system, this virtual school started to spread its tentacles across 7 islands and keys, utilizing 20 teachers, 14 in Nassau and 6 in Grand Bahama. Islands which included Abaco, isn't it wonderful? Grand Bahama, Cat Island, Rum Key, Farmers Key, Staniel Key, Black Point, Acklands, Maguana, Green Turtle. As a result, Mr. Speaker, to date, we have 13 centers across the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, with now 313 students, and more being added every week, enrolled in the virtual school. Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, and many others that you have heard from this side, this South Beach representative fully and unequivocally endorsed this government's supplemental budget initiative. And so we rest in your honors.
Thank you, member for South Beach. That's the rest of the thing. Thank you, member for South Beach. The chair recognizes the member for Seabreeze.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, hearing the Honorable Minister of South Beach, or Member of Parliament for South Beach and Minister of Education, hearing the various members in this House, Michael, Grand Bahama, Abaco, hearing what we've gone through, all I can say, Mr. Speaker, and what we've endured as a people, and yet we're still here today reporting success, reporting work, is that we simply must be thankful. Amen. Mr. Speaker, I began by saying today that I am thankful to God for another opportunity to stand in these hallowed chambers. Indeed, I am grateful to the people of Seabreeze who continue to repose confidence in me to serve as their Member of Parliament. Not only are we building a better Seabreeze, but we are building a safe, serene, and secure community. And I have the Seabreeze team to thank for ensuring we hold true to our commitment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, whenever the body is undernourished or suffers from a nutrient gap, in many instances, supplements are recommended to complement a good diet, to restore the body to good health. I have the doctor on the side of me. The addition of supplements makes it much easier to get the necessary nutrients to the body and that it needs to function effectively and prevent further harm. Mr. Speaker, today, as we continue the midterm budget debate, I stand to defend the tabling of a supplemental budget. This is a debate designed solely with the state and needs of the people in mind. Mr. Speaker, but for the unfortunate experience our people suffered at the hands of Hurricane Dorian, we would not be in the position we find ourselves today. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have no one to blame when Mother Nature speaks. But we can determine, Mr. Deputy Speaker, how we respond. Today, we respond with resilience. Today, we respond with resolve. Today, we respond with focus to reconstruct and provide restoration to our people, to our country, and to our communities. It is not sufficient for persons or any person elected here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to merely criticize. It is the duty of each of us and all of us to provide proposals of solutions. Mr. Speaker, I believe the members here are held at a higher or a different standard. I understand the public criticizing. I understand their cause for concern, and justifiably so. But Mr. Speaker, when we stand here, every member, be it of the government or the opposition, we have a responsibility to provide help and hope to the people who elected us to serve. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I therefore submit that this supplemental budget 2019-2020 is a necessary step to provide the additional help we need to recover and be restored after the experience of an unprecedented disaster. This is not to fulfill a want, but it is to satisfy needs. Mr. Speaker, I realize this is a reality we do not want to relive, but it is a reality we all lived. And the work of reconstruction and recovery are tasks we must all address and accept that we are all in this together. The Deputy Speaker, our nation has been hit a serious blow by the passage of Hurricane Dorian, to the effect that we have suffered severe damage and loss that have created social, economic, physical, emotional, psychological, and even spiritual gaps. So, Deputy Speaker, for what we have gone through as a small island nation, for the level of loss we have suffered, believe it or not, to begin to recover even 5 months or 5.5 months after such an experience is no small feat. Not only have we all suffered, but we are all required to lean on each other for strength while we are all yet hurting. The Deputy Speaker, everyone grieves differently. Some continue to cry, some may cast blame, others criticize, some are silent and remain in shock and even denial, and others focus on work and prefer not to talk about the ordeal, and some just determined to move on notwithstanding. Mr. Deputy Speaker, though that be the case, we all grieve differently. It is important to appreciate that though we all react differently, we all yet grieve together. This supplemental budget is a necessary step to provide the additional help we need to recover and be restored after the experience of an unprecedented disaster. This is not to fulfill a want, it is to supply a need. The Deputy Speaker, it is in these kinds of circumstances where a gap in our national health and wealth has occurred, to no fault of our own or anyone, that a supplemental budget, additional borrowing, is not only justified, but it's reasonable in the circumstance. The revenue we expected from our second and third cities was substantially diminished. Both islands lost their airports and considerable infrastructure. These are the facts. Notwithstanding these unexpected occurrences, the government has demonstrated, to my mind, leadership and focus. I did not say perfection. I said leadership and focus. The Ministry of Works has been about the business of repairing roads and restoring basic utilities to the affected islands. The Ministries of Health have been about the the business of providing healthcare facilities and services in the immediate aftermath. Mr. Speaker, I pause here to say I've asked the Minister of Health on many occasions and seeing him in passing, are you all right? Because while he is busy doing all he's been doing, he yet, to my mind, was hurting. Are you okay? The office of the Prime Minister has been about keeping the entire nation together as we recover from the crisis. The Ministry of Finance, together with the Office of the Attorney General, have yet been busy ensuring we were removed from the EU's grey list and our financial status upheld to sustain our investor confidence. Mr. Speaker, I want to pause here to say to the good member for East Grand Bahama and our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, we thank you. And Acting Prime Minister today. The Tourism and Aviation Ministry has been working overtime to keep the tourists coming, notwithstanding the world assumed we were closed for business. Tourism, you've been working hard. The Ministry of Social Services, Ministry of Education, together with my ministry, Youth, Sports and Culture, have worked hand in hand to provide adequate shelter facilities, social services and educational provisions for the past 5.5 months. Ministry of Environment monitored and managed the safety of our environment amidst what could have been an environmental catastrophe. Ministry of Immigration continued at all times to execute its mandate to protect our borders, and the Ministry of National Security maintained law and order on our streets, all at a time when each police officer, Mr. Deputy Speaker, each nurse, each doctor, each teacher, social worker, youth worker, environmental worker, immigration officer were all vulnerable and indeed hurting. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have strong leadership that kept the country focused and moving in the right direction in spite of the extraordinary challenges we faced. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government has and continues to busy itself with the business of caring for the people, ensuring that the economy runs, the islands are being restored, and the country grows beyond this experience. I believe our forefathers would have it no other way. As an added supplement, we determined in the best interest of the people that against an estimated excess of $3 billion loss suffered by Dorian, we needed to borrow an additional $587 million, which accounts only for a portion of our loss, to assist us with keeping the country afloat and giving ourselves room to breathe and time for the economy to expand. The Deputy Speaker, all would agree based on our loss that this amount is insufficient. It is only a supplement, an added support to what we have. We have to maintain fiscal balance and prudence to ensure that we continue the road to fiscal health. With all this accountability, someone asked, Mr. Deputy Speaker, where the money gone? Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, one thing you can say about this government is that we account. Per the supplemental budget, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture has been allocated with an additional $1,230,600 to assist with, among other things, our recovery efforts. As reported in my earlier damage assessment communication, firstly, the ministry suffered total loss to its office, furnishings, and supplies in Grand Bahama. Secondly, we suffered damage to the office in Abaco. And thirdly, we suffered damage to the structures of our associated statutory bodies, such as the National Sports Authority, which is now at the stage to be restored post the closing of the shelter, and the National Art Gallery of the Bahamas, which offered ongoing therapy sessions to assist first responders in managing the stress associated with the catastrophic event. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the additional allocation has been targeted to meet the needs associated with restoring our services and our people. The staff of Youth, Sports and Culture in Grand Bahama in particular, Mr. Deputy Speaker, have expressed gratitude to the government for providing the much-needed relocation assistance funds, as many lost their homes and everything in it. They have expressed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, appreciation for the relief provided through the exigency orders designed to aid their quick return to normalcy. They have expressed gratitude for the tax-free provisions through the SARS, or Special Economic Recovery Zone, which provided for benefits such as real property tax waiver, VAT, and other fee exemptions that have all served to lighten their road to recovery. Mr. Deputy Speaker, attached to every decision to waive fees, to restore services, provide special economic benefits, unemployment benefits, Mr. Speaker, there is a cost attached. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is clear where the money went, and it is certainly clear where the money is going. And I am sure when the Ministry of Finance compares the value of the loss in revenue due to these special provisions, in addition to the revenue loss due to the closure of offices, etc., I am certain what we have expended and need to expend far outweighs what we are borrowing and can reasonably project to come in. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the point here today is we have all suffered loss, and this loss has created a gap reflected in revenue projection, project adjustments, and heightened budgetary constraints. This supplemental budget is a necessary step to help us fill that gap. It is the additional help we need to recover and be restored after the experience of an unprecedented disaster. This is not to fulfill a want, but it is to fulfill our needs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must keep the financial outlook in context. Yes, we borrowed approximately $3 billion to date, but remember, a significant portion was required to refinance debt we met in place that influenced our junk bond status and took us almost to the bottomless pit of 4 or 5 downgrades. Mr. Deputy Speaker, of that total borrowing, we required funds to make wise money management decisions. And then came the unforeseen damage caused by Dorian, to which we continue to respond. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the establishment of the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness and its associated agencies demonstrate our commitment to enhancing our preparedness and response protocols. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these are the facts. All in all, the borrowings, when all things are considered, is reasonable to my mind. When we look at the loss suffered and the costs associated with recovery and restoration, we can see that the funds are targeted to aid or supplement our recovery. And this is what good governance is all about. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is not a case where we added $1 billion to the national debt in 2 years and nothing to show. This is not that kind of case. The Deputy Prime Minister meticulously delineated, almost nickel and dime, what came in and where it went. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it would be for me an act of ingratitude after all that hard work of the Ministry of Finance and all of the ministries to suggest that he or this government or they or this government has not accounted to the Bahamian people or that we do not know where the money went. Mr. Deputy Speaker, clearly the money went and the money continues to be spent on that which is needed to provide a safe, secure, and productive environment for the Bahamian people. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the short answer of where the money went is this. It went to the people. For instance, $214 million or plus dollars in this supplement has been earmarked for capital projects to restore schools, clinics, roads, and utility supplies. Not only can we see where the money went, we all can see where we need more to go. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am convinced that with a One Bahamas kind of mindset, we will recover sooner rather than later. At this mid-year checkpoint, the ministry can report the progress of executing all of its programs within budget. In September, we claimed a silver and gold at the World Championships thanks to Team Bahamas and the spectacular performance of Mr. Stephen Gardner and Shawnee Miller-Ibu. In October, we gathered the youth in the annual Youth March and Rally with 52 of our 300 youth-registered organizations joining us. The Fresh Start program, Job Ready and Be Inspired are all well on their way. All well on their way in New Providence and Grand Bahama, having trained, equipped, and approved, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 101 applicants to start their very small businesses today. Of note, in alignment with the UN Sustainable Development Goal 4, we have made our programs accessible to include persons with disability, thanks to our partnership with Ms. Erin Brown, Disability Inclusion Specialist. Additionally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have launched our first Youth Ambassador cohort, which have undergone training to serve as national youth ambassadors and represent the country at our international meetings held through the UN, UNESCO, CARICOM, and the OAS. Additionally, the ministry effectively managed the National Summer Employment Program, coordinating the largest group of young people with job placements to gain job experience and diverse camps designed to enhance their talents and skills and provide a safe and positive atmosphere to interact with their peers. The ministry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is pleased to report having accommodated a total of 2,383 summer employment and summer club students for the period July 2019. The total expended on the summer programs was a little in excess of $1 million. Mr. Deputy Speaker, during November last, we celebrated Sports Heritage Month, recognizing our Sports Hall of Famers and star athletes and organizations. We climaxed the month's long festivities with our first annual Fun Run Walk. Also of noteworthy mention is the achievement of our very own Mike Sands, who not only succeeded in his election to office as NACAC president, that's North American, Central American, and Caribbean, but on the accomplishment of making the Bahamas the head office of the NACAC, the regional body governing track and field. That is no small feat. Additionally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Ms. Pauline Davis Thompson, one of our Golden Girls, also made history in becoming the first Bahamian to receive a lifetime membership with the IAAF. And if that is not enough, our Bahamian legendary coach, Mr. Ronald Cartwright, was also awarded the IAAF Veterans Pin. Mr. Deputy Speaker, amidst the most devastating crisis, these athletes, former athletes, and sports organizations continue to keep our country on the map and lift our international profile on a global stage. In a few weeks, our athletes are heading to Carifta and are preparing to compete in the 2020 Olympics. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if this is not a mark of resilience, I don't know what is. December was declared Cultural Heritage Month, and once again, we recognized Junkanoo legends among us. A number of exciting events were held highlighting our culture. Chief among them was the National Christmas Tree Lighting Event and the well-attended Boxing and New Year's Junkanoo parades in New Providence and throughout the Family Islands, some of which still continue. We recently launched the commencement of the 61st Annual E. Clement Bethel National Arts Festival that assesses, inspires, and rewards talent of all ages in the performing arts discipline, from Grand Bahama in the north to Inagua in the south. Simultaneously, the Junior Junkanoo programs are being held throughout the Family Islands, giving our children the opportunity and environment to showcase their talents and skills, and to learn and apply their knowledge to our premier cultural expression known as Junkanoo. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture is programs-oriented, and focused on highlighting the individual and collective achievements of our country and our people. It is youth motivated, it is sports intensive, it is culturally inspired. To organize and streamline the work of the ministry, an internal calendar has been published for the first time to address the concerns of many that one division or one department is unaware of what the other is doing, as each function and focus is almost entirely different from the other in actual operation. In time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the calendar will serve to the benefit of the general public. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I failed to mention the restoration efforts of the South Beach pools during this midterm budget. The facility, built in 1969, has been in a state of disrepair for years, primarily as a result of neglect, wear and tear, and damages caused by the frequent passage of hurricanes. Notwithstanding this, my ministry sought to revive the facilities through its existing minor capital repairs provisions, distributed in the sports facilities item and the ministry's pool maintenance budget allocations, which collaborative venture was successful. With the aid of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Education, we were able to launch the reopening of the facility, for which the South Beach community showed a sigh of relief. And to date, yes, South Beach, continue to offer commendation, not to Lanisha Roll, not to Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture alone, but to the government of the Bahamas for this progress made for and on behalf of the people. Besides a temporary structure needed for the 20 staff members assigned to that facility, including trained lifeguards, the repairs to the facility are nearly complete. The repairs to the final pool are in progress in addition to other safety measures. The delays in this regard have impacted our February opening date. However, once the final minor repairs are completed, the facility will be reopened to the use of the public with a primary focus on a national Learn to Swim program to facilitate swim lessons for all ages. The ministry is pleased that under this administration, it has been able to restore the South Beach pools and provide a safe place and space for the recreation and use of the surrounding communities, or members of the surrounding communities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to thank and commend the management and staff of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture for their continued hard work and support of this minister and the mandate of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture. Mr. Deputy Speaker, prior to Dorian, it is an indisputable fact that the country was well on its way, growing economy, and maintains a stable outlook per the report of Standard & Poor's. There were no downgrades in 3 years versus the constant downgrades under the former administration. These are the facts. And just yesterday, our government issued a press release indicating that the European Union Economic and Financial Affairs Council completely removed the Bahamas from its list of non-cooperative jurisdictions for tax purposes. According to that press release, in their statement, the EU confirmed that the Bahamas has implemented the necessary reforms to meet the EU criteria on tax, governance, and cooperation on tax matters. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this underscores and strengthens my resolve to maintain the position I held in the substantive 2000 and 2020 budget debate. We are on the road to national reformation. We are doing it right. We are getting it right. We are making it right. This supplemental budget is a necessary step to provide the additional help we need to recover and be restored after the experience of an unprecedented disaster. This is not to fulfill a want, but it is to help with our needs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Seabreeze supports the passage of the 2019-2020 supplemental budget. It is the right thing to do, and this is for the people.
Thank you very much, Member for Seabreeze.
As many. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here on behalf of the resourceful and resilient people of Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, whose love and support have sustained and inspired me for more than 2 decades. Mr. Speaker, I will be with them this weekend through Monday in town meetings as we discuss our future together as we move forward. Mr. Speaker, the supplementary budget and statement tabled on Wednesday, the 29th of January 2020 by the Minister of Finance, and the first 6-month report on budgetary performance published by the Ministry of Finance on the 31st of January 2020, together reconfirm my position that the country's Minister of Finance is simply not up to the task before him. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, this government is guilty of poor budgeting and, put another way, budget mismanagement. We in this place know full well that the supplementary budget process is intended to seek the approval of Parliament to fund unexpected or unforeseen government operational expenditure. That's what Argentinian was. The operative words, Mr. Speaker, are unexpected and unforeseen. The resolution table in this House to borrow $587 million suggests that the borrowing is directly linked to the impact of Hurricane Dorian, when the government stated in September 2019, Hurricane Dorian created significant damage to the infrastructure and personal property of residents of Abaco and Grand Bahama. But, Mr. Speaker, the devil is always in the details. And therein you will find that over $100 million are being allocated for expenses that have absolutely nothing to do with Hurricane Dorian. And the non-Dorian allocations, and I'll list them, is $27 million for generator at BPL's Blue Hills plant, $23 million on the recent lump sum payments to public servants, $16 million on the Grand Lucayan Hotel, which is still not fully a going concern, $37 million on upgrades to the Princess Margaret Hospital, $7 million on public parks and beaches, $8.6 million allocated to the office of the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this seemed to me that the government sneaked in approximately $122 million in non-hurricane expenditure. This government, Mr. Speaker, was fully aware, or should have been aware, the government was fully aware, or they should have been aware, of all these recurrent expenses that they refused to include in the 2020 2020 budget. And the question is why? Why? Was it an attempt to advance the false narrative and present a public facade of public responsibility, of fiscal responsibility? The result is, Mr. Speaker, it's a presentation of an unrealistic 2019-2020 budget, which we spoke to at that time. At that time, we spoke to it. What changed, Mr. Speaker, between June 2019 and December 2019? We warned, Mr. Speaker, that Dorian would be a convenient scapegoat and fall guy for much of the government's fiscal missteps. And this now manifests itself, as we're hearing now. This is a budget management issue, Mr. Speaker, we say. For example, our students abroad have also fallen victim to poor budgeting. We recently called the government's attention to urgently address the embarrassing issue of unpaid scholarship bills at a number of universities where our students faced the real threat of having to drop out of school due to non-payment. We raised it here. Why did you not budget to cover those bills? I'm still being advised that tuitions still remain outstanding and students remain in a state of uncertainty and despair. This is still outstanding. Why are students in such a state of uncertainty when the government knew they were the ones who awarded the scholarships to these persons? So why are they not being paid? This, Mr. Speaker, is a budget issue. It's a budget management issue. Right? Let's speak, Mr. Speaker. When you could tell us what it is, when you wrap up. A number of small contractors, a number of small contractors and vendors, right? A number of them, and schooling bus contractors. I know of school bus contractors who have been paid since November. And they are contracted by this government. Continue to come to me complaining about not being paid. And the inordinate delays before payments are made, they complain about those things. If the government awarded legitimate contracts and the work was duly completed, then it stands to reason that adequate funding should be allocated to meet these expected recurrent operating expenses. So why are these contractors that is not being paid? These are small behemoth contractors providing services for the government and not being paid. Those are just a few examples, Mr. Speaker, of poor budgeting and poor fiscal management, Mr. Speaker. That's what we say. The minister is failing, Mr. Speaker, to navigate the behemoth economy through this perilous period. Action must be taken before it is too late. This minister and this government are driving the country over a fiscal cliff. That is a fact, not opinion, and it is borne out by the data, which I'll go through, that is before us today. This fact directly contradicts the myth that they have spent many years trying to create. That myth, that of a government with firm control over the bottom line. Say that again. Right. Now, the facts tell a different story. A story of a government plainly not up to the challenge of managing this nation's finances. They seek to blame previous governments and the impact of the hurricane. But, Mr. Speaker, it is the mistakes of this government that have led to the precarious position of this nation's finances. After all, it is this minister who imposed a massive 60% rate increase
Honorable members.
to implement
Honorable members.
a policy. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members.
stop the clock.
You can proceed.
After all, Mr. Speaker, it is this minister who imposed a massive 60% rate increase to VAT, to implement a policy of domestic zero rating, right? That was universally acknowledged as flawed and misguided. That policy of domestic zero rating was universally acknowledged as flawed and misguided. But they
Honorable member.
imposed
Let-
a massive 60% rate increase back to establish that. This policy has made the VAT regime less efficient and is driving the economy into a recession. Speak to your business, speak to your small business owners in Grand Bahama. You in East Grand Bahama, go and speak to them. I can speak to the numbers in a minute. I will speak to your numbers. I'll speak to your numbers in a minute. In addition, Mr. Speaker, he misled the public when he said he misled the Parliament. And listen to me, and look at your books. And I carry to your books if you need me to. He misled the public when he said that projected revenue from this VAT increase was supported by independent studies. We're yet to, you said it, we're yet to see this independent studies, 18 months later. Yes, you said it. I'll pull it. I'll bring it, right? Mr. Speaker, and it was this minister. It is this minister who stopped the revenue enhancement program, including efforts to update the real property register to make that tax fairer and more transparent. Now, in his desperation for revenue, after his failed VAT increase, the minister has announced, he don't call it restart, but we say restart. When you look into his system, we call it restart of all the initiatives that he abandoned. But, Mr. Speaker, at a much greater cost. And those persons, the ones you brought back, $7 million worth, I could speak to it, right? So I'm saying at a much greater cost, Mr. Speaker. This is a minister, Mr. Speaker. This is a minister who plays politics, in my view, without any regard for the impact of his actions on the government's fiscal position and the Bahamian economy. Of course, Mr. Speaker. Of course. And we do not take it from him that Hurricane Dorian, of course, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members.
Hurricane Dorian has had an important impact.
Honorable members.
But the impact, Mr. Speaker, of Dorian on the Bahamian economy is not, in our view, the cause of this unprecedented borrowing, for which the minister is now seeking parliamentary approval. Rather, the reason for this is to fund expenditures misclassified or omitted from the fiscal accounts during his tenure.
Speak to it, leader. Speak.
Can the minister explain? Can the minister explain when was the $6.8 million that was advanced to the Beaches and Parks Authority?
Yes.
When was that done? And what was the purpose for this expenditure? And why was it necessary?
Speak, leader.
Or can he explain when the $16.8 million was expended to Lukine Holdings? And what period did this cover? And is any of this amount recovered? He did not say it. That's why I'm asking the questions. Right? And if he said it, and if he did it, why was it not included in the 2019-2020 budget when we discussed it in June or July? That's why I talk about budget mismanagement. Right? And why they didn't do it? To keep this narrative. They have a firm control on the bottom line. But now look what we have. I'm demonstrating now and showing where the difference is. Can the minister explain how the Public Hospital Authority would expend $37 million in 5 months? Does this represent an amount owed to vendors, or are these for new commitments? Can he explain why this amount was omitted from the annual budget or not incorporated in the revised budget? And perhaps he could show me when we go to the heads of government where it is included in the revised budget. Can he explain the advance of $60 million to Bahamas Power and Light in the first 6 months of this fiscal year? Why is this amount not being treated as a subvention if it was not incorporated into the projects to be funded from the proceeds of the rate reduction bond. The minister's statement for the supplementary budget also continues this dangerous and myopic tendency of ignoring the realities and impact of his failed policies. In his effort, he has been aided and abetted by a neutered Fiscal Responsibility Council. As we began this debate, we have been denied any advice from this council. This is a material omission, in my view. Another omission is the failure of the minister to speak to the impact of the rate reduction bond on the fiscal accounts. The automatic adjustment mechanism of the levy means that if the government and its entities, the largest combined customer of BPL, does not pay on time, then ordinary consumers and businesses would see an increase in the rate reduction levy to make up this difference. Now, you recall when we were debating the rate reduction bond bill, we did not know what is automatic adjustment mechanism. We said it was a mechanism. We didn't know what the mechanism or the adjustment would produce. We now find out it's going to be 15%, which was announced recently. But then if the largest customer, government and its entities, do not pay its bill, that falls back on us, the consumers. You check it. Yes, right? Yes, check it. Given the clear practice of this minister, it shows that you understand when you're passing the automatic adjustment mechanism bill, which is included in the rate reduction bond. You didn't quite appreciate, or you didn't quite appreciate what you're doing. If you say, I say, well, given the clear practice of this minister and his government to not pay utility bills on a timely basis in the first 30 months of this administration, he should speak. And we want them to speak to what safeguards is going to be put in place to make sure that this doesn't happen. I.e., the failure of the government to pay its bills will not result in unnecessary burden to the consumers and businesses in this country. To be clear, if this government doesn't pay its utility bills on time, it is, as I said, the ordinary Bahamians who will pay higher bills, and that is not acceptable. The minister must explain how he intends to prevent further burdens being placed on the Bahamian consumers. Truly, and without a doubt, this minister is a failure, a true reflection of the government he serves. He incessantly misleads the public. He is disgracefully seeking to take a victory lap on the revenue gains for the first 6 months of this fiscal year. But the numbers tell a different story. Let's look at the numbers. VAT revenue. Once you have adjusted for the reclassification of stamp duty on real property to VAT, and once you remove the extraordinary proceeds related to the change of ownership of the Buckeye Terminal in Grand Bahama, if you take those out, the VAT revenue is actually down significantly. And this is no Hurricane Dorian impact, but rather the impact of the foolish 60% increase in the VAT rate. Mr. Speaker, Revenue Administration also appears to be at an all-time low. Let me just say, excise and customs duties, taxes with the same base at the border, coming through the border, right? But they are moving in a different direction. You'd be expect them to be running parallel. Yes, because it comes from the same base. So excise taxes is showing a 14.7 million increase for the year 2018 over the year 2018 to 2019. whereas customs duties are showing a 6.7 million decrease, going the other way. Why is that happening? What is the explanation for that? If you're paying customs duty and excise tax at a particular base, you expect a parallel running. You would expect one to be increasing and the other decreasing. They may not be the same, but you don't see no increase and decrease. And so, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member for Cat Island. The chair recognizes Honorable Member East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I consistently say to the member that he should stick to law. The fact of the matter is, and it's very clear, that in the budget, we reduced a number of customs duty rates, which will have an effect on the overall customs number. But be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, we are trending consistent with the previous year. That's a fact.
obviously the minister has not understood what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that excise, well, that's good. Excise, tax, and customs duty, that's their taxes at the border. You would expect one to be going up and the other be going down because it's on the same goods. So you will not see one going up and one going down, Mr. Speaker. Right? You will not be seeing that. You'll see them all going up or all going down. And that's the point I make, Mr. Speaker. And he just needs to look at his own and read his own fiscal snapshot, and you'll see it there. Mr. Speaker, in fact, the revenue gains for the first 6 months are driven largely, in my view, by 3 factors. The sale of Buckeye, the dramatic increase in export taxes, which went to some 22 million over the previous year, and the gaming taxes coming on stream. It is likely, Mr. Speaker, that 2 of these, you don't have no extraordinary income like a Buckeye sale again. You're not going to have another gaming club. You're not likely to have another, in the next 6 months, right? And this should be of concern to the minister, as these revenue gains are unlikely to be sustained in the second half of this fiscal year. And we hear nothing about those extraordinary. One would expect it to have heard about the Buckeye sale and what was received from that. We would have expected to have a better clearing understanding of the export taxes that increased by 22 million over the last. Or one would have expected to understand, we know that the gaming houses were not paying their taxes, so you were not collecting it until you would have had the arrangement that you entered into. So you don't expect to have that additional windfall again. You would have expected some explanation to that. So you could understand and appreciate what to expect in the last half of this quarter, of this fiscal year. But we don't have those explanations. Let's go to the expenditure side, Mr. Speaker. The minister and his government again continue this practice of presenting smoke and mirrors and being downright misleading on expenditure trends and allocations. They've continued to talk about arrears they met upon coming to office and are now settling, but refuse, Mr. Speaker, to divulge the economic or functional classification of these arrears. All they say, arrears, arrears, arrears. We're paying the arrears, we're paying the arrears. We don't know the period when these arrears were incurred. At least they should tell us that. We ought to know the economic, I said, or the functional classification of these arrears. And why do you think they're not doing that? We think if these were in fact amounts, Mr. Speaker, outstanding from the previous government, meaning our administration, they call it the Christie Davis administration, they would be happy and ecstatic even to show us the details. You see how they come in here with charts and props and put on a big show? Well, why don't they come and do that in respect to these outstanding bills that they say they're paying for us, right? Bring those outstanding bills and show it, and stop just talking about, that's a good idea, yeah, just stop talking about paying off old debts. Right? Because, Mr. Speaker, in fact, it is clear from speaking to vendors, my speaking to vendors and contractors, that it is the current administration which is not paying its bills, not the previous administration. I'll tell you something else, Mr. Speaker, that is clearly wrong to anyone in possession of a moral compass. The practice of denying public services to the vulnerable to meet budget targets has continued. I'll repeat it. I'll tell you that the practice of denying public services or social services to the vulnerable to meet budget targets is continuing. Spending on social assistance benefits for this half year, one would have expected with the unexpected visitor, Dorian, to have gone up, shot up, wouldn't you? When compared to the last year. It has not. It is in fact, look at your numbers. Social assistance benefit is gone down by 10.7 million compared to the same period last year. 10.7. That's what. And that's why residents of Abaco, Ragged Island, Grand Bahama are catching hell. Because you're straining, you're starving these people. You're not spending the money. You say no? Let's go to page 12 of your combined first 6 months fiscal snapshot report. Let's go look at that. And you'll see it right there. You're not helping the vulnerable. You're not looking after them. And look, last year, 2019, right? The last from June 2019 to December 2019, we had no hurricane. You spent $10 million more during that period when you had no hurricane, right? And this half year gone, you're spending $10 million less, right, Mr. Speaker? The financing of the government's operations. The financing of the government's operations likewise provides clarity on the true state of the government's finances. The minister and his administration have clearly lost the confidence of the capital markets, both domestically and internationally, as well as the multilateral financial institutions which the Bahamas has membership. Right? Advances from the central bank. Advances from the central bank grew by $60 million in the first half of the fiscal year. That indicates that the central bank has become the lender to the government. That's what it indicates. Typically, see, you all got to read what you all put out, you know. Right? You have to read it. And I understand what you put. And I understand it. Well, you have the time to educate me. Educate me. No. So, Mr. Speaker.
Make your point. Make your point.
So, Mr. Speaker, right? Typically, Mr. Speaker, the central bank, yeah, but see, when you talk about T-bills, the treasury bills, the central bank would only resort to advances when it is prevented by statute from purchasing additional T-bills, because there are restrictions on how much they could invest in T-bills. Now, when that is done, then you go and so the question here is, why are you not going to the local domestic banks to borrow, right? Mr. Speaker, on the central bank issue again, as I said, there are fewer restrictions on the amount of long-term debt the central bank can hold on its balance sheet. The government's decision, for example, to refinance $80 million in short-term debt into longer-term bonds, should be viewed for what it is, not a debt management exercise, but rather an attempt to free up the central bank's balance sheet to enable it to lend more to the government, because there are no willing lenders. the contingent line of credit from the IDB, Mr. Speaker, apparently remains partially undrawn, which, along with the CRIF and the proceeds of dormant accounts, were key parts of the government's hurricane recovery strategy. The minister seems to indicate that another line would be sought, but this would not seem sensible if the existing line remains undrawn. The IDB can't be too pleased if the government has available resources for hurricane recovery, but they are not using these resources. If the minister is committed to transparency, the use of the line should be disclosed, and an explanation should be provided as to why the complete line of credit has not been used. The policy-based loan from the Caribbean Development Bank of $50 million seems not directly related to the hurricane rebuilding effort. If that is the case, then pray tell why the urgency to bring this to Parliament at this time. Is this simply a smokescreen for the government's inability to raise funds? The minister has also not disclosed the term of any domestic borrowing arranged with locally based commercial banks. This begs the question, what is the cause of the delay? It is hard to imagine that the local banks are insensitive to the plight of the country in this time of need. Our administration was able to come to terms with local commercial banks in less than 4 weeks after Hurricane Matthew. It has been close to 6 months since Dorian. And yet we don't understand, or we have no explanation as to any understanding of any borrowings from the local bank. Mr. Speaker, I note that the central bank's recent policy to eliminate the 1-cent coin and its rounding policy. I have written the governor of the central bank to voice the opposition's concern over this new monetary policy. I am concerned about individual price manipulation that would result in rounding upward to the disadvantage of the consumer. Further, and on the face of it, the policy of rounding can only be fair for all in a cashless society, and the Bahamas is a long way from achieving that. In light of this, I've communicated to the governor of the central bank that I would be grateful if the central bank would share with us what putative steps that the regulator can take to avoid and discourage opportunistic and predatory price manipulation practices where rounding continues only to go up and not down. This information, of course, Mr. Speaker, will assist us on this side in forming our policy position on this matter. Mr. Speaker, if I could have 2 minutes.
For 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, those who believe that issues raised by me are not a call to action are in a state of denial. Make a statement. This minister and this government are driving the country over a fiscal cliff. Their ability to maneuver fiscally has been constrained by their previous bad policy choices and their outright smoke and mirror in the accounting of government's revenue and expenditure. How does this government intend to avoid a catastrophic outcome of a debt default? Are they planning to introduce new taxes or increase existing taxes? I heard the minister said that there'll be no new taxes. But borrowings could only last for so long. And borrowings only defer the introduction of taxes for a period. They're not going to be ad infinitum, Mr. Speaker. The ability of businesses and vendors to continue to fund the operations of the government through delays in processing VAT refunds and non-payment of invoices, respectfully, is fast coming to an end. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, this zero-rated VAT is wreaking havoc on businesses because they have to, that was introduced by this government. That was introduced by this government, Mr. Speaker. The minister, Mr. Speaker, and this government can't do it by themselves. There is an urgent need for a truly bipartisan approach in designing and implementing a strategy to steer this country away from the impending disasters. All right-thinking Bahamians, Mr. Speaker, should see the supplementary budget for what it is, a last-gasp effort to continue the failed fiscal policies of this administration. Bahamians seeing this should join us in advocating for this change in approach and the creation of a bipartisan economic advisory council to develop binding policies to guide this and future government, inclusive of any PLP-led government, on tax, wage, investment, and expenditure policies for the next 5 years. Speaker. And thank you for the extra 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that it's important that the record be corrected on several points. The first of which is in respect to value-added tax, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where the member would have gotten his numbers from, but I would suggest that he looks at the quarter two fiscal snapshot, and he will see where value-added tax is up 33% year on year, or $130 million, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, he spoke about cross-border taxes, and he indicated that they were decreased. In fact, despite the exigency order that was issued from September 1, when we would have had this horrific hurricane, cross-border taxes are actually up 12.3%, or $25 million. Again, I don't know where the member gets his number. In fact, Mr. Speaker, overall, revenue year on year is up 92%. No, $92 million, Mr. Speaker, or 9% year on year, despite the hurricane, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member spoke about the...
Honorable Member, are you...
No, I'm correcting the record. He misled.
Hold on a minute, members. Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama, are you... Which document? I see people flipping through two documents. Which document are we dealing with now?
I'm pointing out, I'm not dealing with any document per se, but I'm referring the member. No. I'm referring the member to the fiscal, the second quarter fiscal.
Honorable Member.
Fiscal snapshot, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what he's referring to. It doesn't matter to me. I'm giving him the record.
Yes. Honorable Member
I'm on a
for...
point of order.
Honorable Member for Mangrove Key, Southern Central Andrews. The member for East Grand Bahama, under the rules, have a right, just like any other member.
I don't want to clarification. I'm saying that you set some very strict, very tight and asking members, especially members for Anglican, on many occasions, to let us know what you are looking at. We are on this side, member for East Grand Bahama, and all due respect to him and his officer, we are asking what is he looking at. And he doesn't, and he's saying he does not have no right to, he's looking at his figures. We are simply saying, what document are you referring to? Because you normally say, and any document reference in this place, where was it published, the date, and what are we looking at? We're simply saying, I did understand this on both sides, so that's all I'm asking, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Just a moment.
First of all, Mr. Speaker. First of all, remember, it's suggesting I mentioned that part with respect to that. I never noted any numbers with respect to that. I just said the numbers are the reflected numbers are such. He's now going into the details of the numbers. But we could deal with that. We could deal with that. It's not a, we'll deal with it when we go into heads. And I will deal with it when we're in the heads. We go into the heads. So what, I said the number, what I said. No. Mr. Speaker, I said that in respect to that, if I may repeat myself, what I said is that the reclassification of stamp duty, right, that removes stamp duty and then replaces that stamp duty with VAT, right? One, it's not a wash. And that's one. Then secondly, the Buckeye, and I didn't say numbers, I didn't call numbers. If you remove those, it'll be significantly less. That's all I said. Is that not true?
Honorable members, honorable member East Grand Bama, I'm gonna permit you to proceed right now. But honorable members, with respect to the rules, please read Rule 33.7 and Rule 33.27F. And you see that members are well within their privilege or right to respond if they believe that something that was presented. Honorable member, resume your seat. Honorable member, read. Let me just read it for you. 33.7.
You can't make Glenn show up everything that she got to read up to it. And he can just come on, man.
Honorable members, Rule 33.7 says a member who has spoken to a question may again be heard, A, on a proposed amendment, right? Or B, to explain the material, honorable members, to explain a part of his speech which he claimed has been misquoted or misunderstood. And if you go further and you look at 33.27, and let me just finish with the rules and then we could deal with any discussion. A member may, in the following circumstances, only interrupt another member who is speaking, A, at F27F, to offer an explanation or some material part of his speech which has been misunderstood. So,
The last one does not apply because I've finished my contribution. I've sat down, so it's not a question of me being interrupted. That's the last rule you read. A member could be interrupted.
yes.
So that don't arise because I'm not speaking. I've completed that. In the first, that's what the rule says, Mr. Speaker. Now, in respect to the first rule, Mr. Speaker, the member rose on a point of order saying I'm misleading the Parliament. He did not represent to the Parliament or to yourself that what he may have said would have been misrepresented by me. That's what the first rule you read. This member is not saying I am claiming my right to explain something that may have been misunderstood and or was misrepresented during the course of my debate. He never said that. He stood up on a point of order. Isn't that what the rule said, Mr. Speaker? Is that what the rule said?
A member for Cat Island. The member for Cat Island. Let me just say my understanding. The member rose, and I asked him if he was raising on a point of order. He said that he wanted to explain because you had raised some matters that were misleading the Parliament. That's what he said. He said he wanted to explain.
So now let's go back to the rule that you just read. That again, please, sir. You read it again to me to see whether what he said fits in that rule.
Yes.
You read the rule to me.
I'm satisfied that it fits in Rule 7B. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me continue my point. With respect to the value-added tax, the member rose again. After netting out the matter, the reclassification that the member spoke of, value-added tax still shows a gain of $44 million, Mr. Speaker. So after all the matters that he claims that are included and resulted in the increase, the overall increase of 130 million, the net of all the matters that he spoke about is $44 million still gain. So, Mr. Speaker, the member spoke about the arrears and why the arrears are not shown where they're allocated. As the member is well aware, the government of the Bahamas is on a cash basis. And so the expenditure for each line item would be included in the individual line item as it is paid. And so the reality is, and what he should hang his head in shame about, is that the expenditure that is being shown for this year thus far reflects $53 million of expenditure or bills that we are still paying from 2017 when we came into government. $53 million. That has nothing to do with the expenditure of this government, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, if honorable member,
Second quarter fiscal snapshot. Second
Honorable
quarter
member
fiscal
Mango
snapshot is there for you. It is there for you. Second quarter fiscal snapshot is there for you. Look for yourself.
honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The rules are clear too, though, that in giving your explanation, you cannot raise matters, new matters,
Thank you,
or
Mr.
matters that were not put.
Yes,
So be governed accordingly.
Absolutely. And I don't know that it was a new matter, Mr. Speaker, but I take your point. In respect to the revenue enhancement unit that the member mentioned as us having canceled and come back at some expenditure. Mr. Speaker, first off, the revenue enhancement unit had no basis in cabinet policy. And so it was actually an illegal entity that did not have the right to do and to execute the operations that it did. Exactly, along the same lines as the NIA, National Intelligence Agency. And Mr. Speaker, just to address the point, under the previous administration, that revenue enhancement unit was costing over $1 million a month. That was paid to a company called McKinsey out of Washington, D.C.
Honorable member, you raising.
I'm not a new matter. The member raised that. The member raised that, Mr. Speaker.
The member did mention something about that unit. But I believe in your response, you're going beyond any issue that he raised with respect.
I'm done with it. The last point I wanted to make, Mr. Speaker, is in respect to the central bank and the issue of Treasury bills. Mr. Speaker, every government has used the central bank Treasury bills for cash flow needs. What happens is, over the course of the year, you have periods of revenue collection, and then you have periods where you are in a cash deficit. And so you borrow Treasury bills, short-term loans, that in the ordinary course of business would be closed out within a fiscal year, so they don't add to your deficit. They only add to the deficit when they carry over into the next year. And in this case, as we're doing now, $80 million we are converting to long-term from short-term. So we can continue to borrow long-term, but we're freeing up the cash within the year to be able to use the central bank T-bill system. But we have no difficulty, Mr. Speaker. With the central bank, we have not reached the maximum in central bank short-term borrowing capacity, nor have we have any difficulty with obtaining loans from the multilaterals or from private banking institutions. None. And I think it is really sad, Mr. Speaker, disingenuous of the leader of the opposition who knows better to try and put fear into the Bahamian people that there is some crisis in terms of our fiscal situation. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, the IMF have been here, the IDB has been here, the Caribbean Development Bank have been here, the World Bank have been here, and they've all judged the performance of this government over the last year, in particular, over the last 2.5 years. And they have all given positive ratings, and that's not me saying. That's not me. Right? That's not this administration saying that, Mr. Speaker. And it's not something that we're just making up and lying on them. These are in reports that are available for the opposition if they wish to look at it. They're all published. They're all published, Mr. Speaker. And so again, there's no need to mislead.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members. Yes. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mango Key, South and Central Land.
The good member for East Grand Bahama would have been no small way in a very itinerant and direct way, named a number of reports that shows his fiscal report in a good way. We're asking the honorable member, since he would have referenced them, to show them. If not, he must withdraw until he can prove until he has proof to bring him to this honorable place. That's all we're asking him. He named news reports. Same rules. Same rules. The same rules that apply to the member for Angleston all the time should be applied to the member for East Grand Bahama. Until he can lay those reports, his comments should be withdrawn. We want easy, verifiable facts to be laid in this honorable place today, Mr. Speaker. That's what we want. We want to see the facts.
Honorable members, we need to move on.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
it is
members.
obvious that the member is uncomfortable with the facts. And I only suggest to him that the reports are available on the websites of each of these agencies. Go and research it for yourself. I don't need to lay that, Mr. Speaker. It's all there for the public and it's been reported in all of the local dailies. You can go and look at it.
As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
I know you coming on Monday. I finished talking.
Mr. Speaker,
We'll see in the head. Just go your voice, but they're wrong. I don't think
Honorable member, my apologies. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
thank you. Speaker, I rise on the strength of the wonderful people of Carmichael to give an account to the Bahamian people of the work of the Ministry of Public Works for the people for the period beginning 1st of July 2019 to today's date. Mr. Speaker, you are a very able attorney at law, and you know the power of precedent. So I'm going to ask you at the outset for at least 5 Long Island minutes, not ordinary clock minutes. I'm going to ask you for some Long Island minutes, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, let me begin by speaking about Carmichael, as I always do, by thanking the people of Carmichael for understanding that in my current post, I'm constantly on call to give service to the entire country. That means that I do not get to be there as often as I would like to be. But Carmichael knows, sir, that where my body is, no matter where my body is, my heart is always in Carmichael. Mr. Speaker, a considerable amount of my focus on Carmichael is on education. And accordingly, I'm pleased to announce that every classroom, every single classroom at the Sir Gerald Cash Primary School has now been air conditioned. When the summer heat begins to impact us, our children in Carmichael will be able to focus fully on their studies, and we anticipate that the standard of academic excellence that the Sir Gerald Cash Primary School is known for will be enhanced. Speaker, residents of Emerald Gardens will be pleased to know that the fence of the Mary Ingram Park has now been fully repaired, and we anticipate that shortly we'll be able to enhance that park even more. The long-standing lighting challenges at the Bel Air Park are being fixed as we speak, thanks to the untiring efforts of the member for St. Barnabas. I thank him. And also, sir, Beldock Road is now finally being paved. Speaker, I'm especially proud of the fact that we were able to distribute 2,500 reusable bags throughout Carmichael in every color except a political color. The demand was so great that we were not able to cover the entire constituency. So this week, Mr. Speaker, we ordered 5,000 more bags, which we hope to distribute by the end of next month. So, Mr. Speaker, when you see these bags in the stores, Mr. Speaker, That will be another Carmichael resident protecting our beautiful environment.
Honorable member, order that one of the bags be brought up.
Mr. Speaker, you can choose your color.
Honorable member, we shall discuss later the source.
How many?
Thank you, honorable member. You may proceed.
And Mr. Speaker, the wonderful thing about it is, as I indicated, there are no images of politicians on those bags. Mr. Speaker, before I turn to the Ministry of Public Works, please permit me to offer prayerful condolences to my constituents Joanna Knott and Adam Knott from Flamingo Gardens, who will be eulogizing their mother, Mary Ellen Knott, on Friday this morning at Hillview Seventh-day Adventist Church. I also wish to offer condolences to the Lang and Gardner family. My prayers on the passing of my friend Flo Lang from Faith Avenue. Third, sir, my prayers to my cousin, Reverend Brinley Marshall, and his wife, Genevieve, on the untimely passing of their beautiful and talented daughter, Virginia. Gina was an exceptional educator. She served in Mangrove Key also. Her family and students will miss her. Ken, Dino, Cashel, I'll see you all on Saturday. Finally, sir, I offer my prayers for the soul of my very dear friend, Marco Polo Nottage, who, remember, before me this morning, spoke about. Polo died on Monday, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I owe it to Marco to tell his story. I met Marco during the 2002 election campaign. He was a known gangbanger, and my staff were all intimidated when he came to see me. He showed me the knife wounds all over his body, and he told me he wanted to change his life. He told me that every time there was a march or PLP rally, the PLP would call him and the other gang leaders out. They would organize all the boys from the streets, show up at the march or rally, then collect their money and then share it up among the guys. When he came to see me, Mr. Speaker, he said that he was tired of being a political pawn. Marco was committed to changing his life, and he did. We remained close even after I lost that election. When I became a minister in 2007, I ensured that Marco got work. He used his money wisely. He purchased commercial property. He developed his own businesses. And so on, he was able to move from Flamingo Gardens into a house that he built in Venice Bay. Marco was a leader among young men.
Yes, he was.
He inspired them. Marco became close to myself, member from Bamboo Town, Tall Pines from a number of constituencies, Southern Shores. He became close to me, became close to my friend Funky Demerit, a number of persons who meant him well. He will be missed, Mr. Speaker. I offer my condolences to his family, especially to Erica and my godson, Marco Jr. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the Ministry of Public Works. And I begin by thanking members of my administrative team, especially Permanent Secretary Corbin Colebrook, Director of Public Works, Melanie Roach, our Deputy Directors, and all the staff members. Speaker, people generally think of the Ministry of Public Works when things go wrong. But we are a highly functional unit of the government that ensures that things go right in this country. And that takes dedication and commitment. And I'm blessed with the opportunity to work with so many committed and professional officers, and I feel assured that we have assembled the Bahamian dream team that continues to enhance the lives of Bahamians throughout this archipelago. I'm very fortunate to be surrounded by such exceptional professionals, Mr. Speaker, and if you will permit me, I'm going to speak about some of the areas of the ministry very briefly. Speaker, this past year, the ministry in our HR and Human Resources, the ministry welcomed many new staff members, including our Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Corbin Colebrook, Financial Controller, Mrs. Jalita McKinney, Director of Security, Mr. Maury Evans, and Deputy Director of Security, Mr. Walton Charlton, and Administrative Assistant, Ms. Frances Smith. We've also been able to attract 2 highly qualified senior engineers back to the public service in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian. These are Mr. Clint Bean in Grand Bahama and Mr. Richard Bruno in Abaco. We've made a deliberate effort to hire Bahamian professionals. We are pleased to report that a total of 24 young Bahamian engineers, architects, and technical officers have been added to the team. We welcome them, sir, and we wish them well as they make their contribution to our great country. And notwithstanding our new additions, Mr. Speaker, we have a relatively large number of vacancies for inspectors to fill posts, especially in Abaco and Grand Bahama. And while my HR team has been working assiduously to regularize our staff, there remains a large number of persons who have not been established in the public service. This year, we have succeeded in having a number of our employees regularized. However, there's much to be done, and we shall work to continue to facilitate the establishment of our employees in their best interest and in the best interest of their families. Thanks to First Assistant Secretary Brennan and our dedicated HR staff, we made 188 recommendations to the Ministry of Public Service for promotion, and 74 of those promotions have been finalized. That's more than we've had in any previous year. Thank you, Minister. The ministry has also made recommendations for 90 persons to be appointed to the permanent and pensionable establishment, and 58 of those appointments were made. I turn quickly to transportation. This year, the Ministry of Public Works received 33 new vehicles at a cost of $1.6 million, which represents half of the vehicles that we expect to get if we are to give appropriate service to the Bahamian people. Those vehicles are distributed throughout the country, and we're already seeing the difference in increased efficiency. Communication. For many years, the Ministry of Public Works has operated with a second-hand telephone system. I believe it actually came from another government entity. There was no telephone service on our northern compound where most of our service workers are stationed. To add to these challenges, rats had eaten the cables in the ceiling. However, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that the Ministry of Public Works now has enhanced its telephone system. We continue to work out the kinks, but for the first time, the entire ministry is finally able to communicate with the world. This will enhance the ability of our employees to more efficiently carry out their functions. Renovations. I'm also pleased to announce, sir, that the first floor of the main building has been completely renovated, and we are moving on now to the third floor. Over a period of time, each floor will be renovated. We had a small setback with the fire recently, but I assure you that the renovations will continue so that we can improve the work environment for our employees. This is a 50-year-old building, Mr. Speaker, that has never been the focus of major renovation. That effort continues this year, sir, and I pledge that we will save the Ministry of Public Works building for becoming another Clarence Bean building. The entire exterior is being repainted, renovated, and painted. Hurricane impact windows will be installed. Thanks for the idea of painted red. And we expect that the roof will be repaired. By the end of this year, that 50-year-old building will be looking like a new structure. Exuma, be patient. I got some good news for you. Hold on. Don't be too eager. Other improvements this year will include an upgraded alarm system, environmental cleaning to enhance the health of our employees, new equipment to help us improve our efficiency, and a vehicle auction to get rid of some of the old vehicles. Building control section, Mr. Speaker. The critical importance of this section has been prominently brought to our attention with the passing of Hurricane Dorian. With 185 mile per hour winds and gusts exceeding 200 miles per hour, Dorian has created a critical focus on the need to once again revise our building code. Deputy Director Craig Delancey will take this human task on, and we anticipate that he will produce exceptional results. In the meantime, the Building Control Department will continue to focus this year on 4 main areas. 1, setting energy efficiency standards for buildings. Secondly, prosecution of illegal garage operators and contravention of the Building Regulations Act in conjunction with our legal department. Third, amending the LPG Act and implementing regulations and standards for the introduction, use, handling, and storage of LNG throughout the Bahamas. And fourth, recruiting qualified building inspectors for posting throughout the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, due to the time constraints, I will forego speaking to developments and improvements throughout the other departments in the ministry, and will focus for the remainder of my contribution on some of the projects that the ministry is currently spearheading. I turn now to the straw market. Speaker, one serious concern is the non-functional sprinkler system in the straw market. We have a sprinkler system that does not work. We all remember the horrors of the straw market fire that destroyed the old straw market and a good portion of Bay Street. We need to learn our lessons from that terrible experience. Right now, the straw market is a fire hazard. The work must be done to make it safe. And to do it properly, the engineers have advised us that the market must be closed for 5 days. This is a life and death issue, Mr. Speaker, which the Straw Market Authority is now discussing with the vendors. The SMA had a meeting last weekend with the vendors. And I'm advised that the vendors were to get back to the SMA with findings from their own engineers. Instead, I'm advised that there was a town meeting last night. And today I received a letter from the TUC by email. Mr. Speaker, I will meet with the TUC and the leaders of the market tomorrow morning. But I want to emphasize that we face a critical safety issue. It cannot be reduced to dollars and cents. The safety of the vendors and the visitors to our country demands that we take action to fix the sprinkler system. In this respect, we must be bigger than politics, and I'm grateful that a member on the other side has written to me about the issue in a mature fashion. And I appreciate that, because this type of thing requires critical, nonpartisan thought. And Mr. Speaker, we must appreciate that we have to do the right thing in the best interest of our country before there's a travel warning in relation to the straw market, or even worse, a tragic fire. Speaker, I anticipate that sober consideration will be given to the challenges and the dreadful possible consequences arising from the probability of another straw market fire on Bay Street. Speaker, I move on to works in progress of the Ministry of Public Works. In addition to a massive summer school repair initiative in New Providence, sir, we have signed many diverse contracts, and I shall itemize a few of them, just a few of them, to provide an idea of the range and the variety of the work that is managed by the Ministry of Public Works. One, and I was asked about this today, the design of the dualization of Gladstone Road from the airport gateway to Carmichael Road, inclusive of improvements to the junction of Fire Trail Road, with improvements to providing access to commercial properties bounding on Gladstone Road. So Tall Pines, I know you were concerned about that. Secondly, the renovation and expansion of the fire station at LPIA. Third, the expansion of the Gambia Primary School through construction of classroom and bathroom block. Fourth, preparing tender documents and conducting contract administration for the renovation of the Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium, which will be a $12 million project. Fifth, installing water and sewage works in the Twin Lakes subdivision and paving the roads. Sixth, the expansion of the Adelaide Primary School through the construction of a preschool block and covered walkways. Mr. Speaker, these are just a small fraction of the hundreds of projects that my ministry is currently managing. I salute the officers who are constantly juggling so many projects so as to give the very best to the Bahamian people. So I'm reminded that we have approximately 800 miles of roads in New Providence alone. Many of those roads are almost 30 years old. The ministry is working feverishly to keep our roads safe for the Bahamian people. And that means we are paving roads, we're working, and Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the waterworks on Nassau Street, thanks to my executive chairman, are being completed, and the road is being paved. At the same time, road works on Village Road are going out to tender. I think the member for Fox Hill was telling me about Step Street today. I think the member for Golden Gates was telling me about Malcolm Road. Speaker, we are working for the Bahamian people. Speaker, additionally, the ministry has taken on the contract administration of the Southern Recreation Grounds Improvement Initiative and the renovation of Government House. Both of these projects, together with the demolition of the General Post Office and planned renovations at the Supreme Court, will provide a new focus on initiatives to develop the Bean and Grandstown communities and the city of Nassau. I'm so sorry that Travis is not here, so I will talk more about the Southern Recreation Grounds. Speaker, let me speak about Family Island administration infrastructure in the few minutes that I have here, because I think Exuma's getting so concerned now, but I can leave you for last, Exuma. Mr. Speaker, in the Family Islands, 2020 is the year of roads and bridges. And I'm going to start with Long Island. Mr. Speaker, Long Island has an exceptionally focused, youthful member of parliament. I admire his resilience and the inspiration that he provides to his constituents and to young people throughout this country. Mr. Speaker, there are forces that feverishly and deviously work to try to take him out, but that won't happen. But I thank the leader of the opposition for reminding them all, and the Water Sewage Corporation and everywhere else, that no less than the book of Isaiah, chapter 11, verse 6 confirms to us that a little child will lead them. Long Island, continue your inspired leadership. Speaker, some of you rubbing off on me now. I never used to quote the Bible before.
That's a good thing.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to advise that at Long Island, the Newton's Key Bridge has now been completed. To replace the old bridge that was destroyed by Hurricane Joaquin. I thank Stephen Knowles, a native Long Islander, for taking this project on and installing what is arguably the most beautiful bridge in this country. Speaker, the Monument Road project is also nearing completion. The 3 miles of paved road leading to steps that are now built into the hillside to give access to the historic monument. And one of them, Speaker, if you haven't been there, it's one of the most beautiful vistas in this world. So I want to thank Mr. Bernard Knowles and the Rowdy Boys. But wait, Mr. Speaker, there's more. Cabinet has approved road works at a cost of $4,266,146.64 for Long Island. We expect that the road paving
Minister of Finance, was he late?
road paving will begin as soon as the end of next month. And these will be asphalt roads, not sand seal. Thank you, MP Gibson, for your continuously agitating on behalf of the people of Long Island. The Speaker in Long Island is the people's time. The Speaker, I now move to Eleuthera, where the Spanish Wells to Russell Island Bridge has now been delivered. It will be erected shortly and will provide much needed safe transit between those two islands. In North Eleuthera, we have recently signed an engineering consultancy contract in the amount of $2,040,840 for the glass window bridge. This phase will take 12 months. So at this time next year, we intend to tender and begin construction of the new modern, scenic, safe glass window bridge, which we anticipate will take 24 months and will be the most extensive, expensive, and iconic bridge construction project ever in the Bahamas. Speaker, in a few days, we will be issuing tenders for the rehabilitation of the main public dock in Rock Sound and the Fisherman's Dock. This will represent an investment of approximately $3 million in the South Eleuthera economy. Additionally, sir, the roads in Eleuthera have been in terrible condition for many years. The government has approved an investment of approximately $11 million to rehabilitate and pave roads throughout Eleuthera. Mr. Speaker, in Eleuthera, it's the people's time. Mr. Speaker, Grand Bahama-based contractors, speak about Grand Bahama. Grand Bahama-based contractors continue to work to rehabilitate roads and infrastructure after the passing of Hurricane Dorian. Speaker, this is not easy work. It will take a tremendous amount of patience before all of Grand Bahama is fully restored. However, I commend the many Grand Bahama residents who are the contractors for the revitalization work. They're making a tangible difference in their communities. Speaker, there has been a tremendous amount of destruction in Grand Bahama. And together with the ministry responsible for disaster preparedness and reconstruction, we will work to restore normalcy to the public space, the government buildings, and the schools. At the same time, sir, we are close to completing the much-needed renovations at the Garnet Lavarity Center. Secondly, we have completed the seawall at Smith's Point and have paved all of the roads in that community. Third, we are in the process of putting several large projects out to tender, including the General Post Office, a number of seawalls, including an expanded high rock seawall, and the gymnasiums that serve as hurricane shelters. On this last issue, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for Golden Isles made an important point this morning. Maintenance of these multi-use facilities is critical. The challenge that successive governments have had to deal with, The challenge that successive governments have had to deal with is the balancing of budgets to keep debt at a reasonable level while not raising taxes and still maintaining facilities. In this budget debate, on the one hand, we've been criticized for having to borrow money to help our brothers and sisters in Grand Bahama and Abaco resume normal lives. And on the other hand, for not allocating enough money. In other words, eat your cake and still have it. It is the challenge of governance today, sir. And with this resolution, we seek to do the best that can be done to help our people. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet has allocated $1,077,722.58 to complete the construction of the Fishing Hole Road Causeway, inclusive of creating a concrete surface. On this issue, Mr. Speaker, the construction of a causeway at this location was never a good idea. The sage advice was always to build a bridge. Instead, causeways were constructed by the former administration in Grand Bahama and in Abaco. The Abaco Causeway was destroyed by Hurricane Dorian, and the Grand Bahama Causeway was topped by waves during Dorian, effectively washing away much of the asphalt. The causeway must and will be repaired before it is opened. And that is just what we will intend to do for the people of Grand Bahama. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the government is allocating an initial, and I want to stress initial, an initial sum of $6,087,848.48 for road paving in areas of Grand Bahama, for which the government of the Bahamas is responsible. However, sir, I fully expect that by this time next year, I will be seeking more money from the Minister of Finance to continue the full restoration of the Grand Bahama roads. Mr. Speaker, the government will do whatever it takes to restore infrastructure on the island of Grand Bahama. In Grand Bahama, sir, it's the people's time. Mr. Speaker, in Abaco, 3 former shanty towns with mud, the P and the sandbank, and the P was cleared by Bill Simmons, the sandbank by J&G have been cleared by Bahamian contractors. This was arduous work, but now those areas have been cleared and fenced. This government will not permit the redevelopment of, let me say this slowly. This government will not permit the redevelopment of shanty towns in those locations. And indeed, the health and other challenges associated with those shanty towns mandate that we have no tolerance whatsoever for their existence. These challenges, Mr. Speaker, include huge open holes filled with feces, pirated waters, and electricity. Speaker, I really gonna need some more time. Okay. And electricity services, which negatively impacted the Bahamian people and create fire hazards. And even more large holes filled with garbage. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend Caribbean Paving Solutions. They cleaned the mud. This was what the mud looked like after Dorian. This is what a group of young Bahamian, a Bahamian company, young Bahamians had to face.
You guys see in the back field.
That's what it looked like, Mr. Speaker. This company, Caribbean Paving Solutions, it's a group of young Bahamians. This is the area that they cleared. This is the work that they did. And I think they've cleared about 40 acres of land. This is what it looks, this is what the mud looks like now. It's not MUDD anymore, it's MUD. It's only mud there now. Speaker, between the mud and the P, I believe we have some over 50 acres of land that's been cleared. That's going to be a wonderful heritage for the people of the Bahamas to put something there special. This is what it looks like. Speaker, I don't know what happened to the leader of the opposition, but I heard a voice note today, and they even have Dave singing their praises about what they did in Abaco, and that's your man.
You mean Dave Major?
my former constituent, Dave. The Speaker, we will seek to clean up and remove as many other shanty towns as the courts permit. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the cleanup activities are continuing throughout the Abacos. BPL is quickly restoring power on Great Abaco and in the Keys. The rehabilitation of the Ernest Dean Highway continues in the south. The work on the culverts at Sting Pond is almost complete. The rehabilitation of the Doon Road at Elbow Key will now move ahead. Finally, Mr. Speaker, that ill-fated and ill-advised causeway built by members opposite that connects Great Abaco to Little Abaco will be replaced by a real bridge during the months ahead. Mr. Speaker, they should have known that that causeway would not survive a hurricane. This is a causeway that the members opposite built. They wasted millions of our hard-earned tax dollars building it. And Mr. Speaker, despite the challenges of Dorian, I'm confident that the indomitable spirit of Abaconians will prevail. So, in Abaco, it's the people's time. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to North Andros and the Berry. I just have two more islands, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, boy.
I now turn to North Andros and the Berry Islands.
Yes, sir.
Under the dynamic leadership of the Member of Parliament for North Andros, the culverts in London Creek. That's you. The culverts at London Creek are almost finished.
Yes, sir.
The project will protect the flow of water in the critical creeks throughout the island. The price of the project is $2,126,916.51. But the value to our ecosystem, sir, is priceless. I wish to advise, sir, that the engineering studies are underway with respect to the construction of a new bridge at Stafford Creek, which we expect to build in 2021. The Speaker, the government has also allocated the sum of $9,692,929.44 for the construction of a modern bridge in Staniot Creek, my home. The old bridge is in such a state that it cannot hold 5 Toyota Camrys vehicles at the same time. This time next year, we should be seeing the completion of that new bridge and the new airport in the Berry Islands. Mr. Speaker, at the southern end of Andros, we are committed to completing the gymnasium that the member for Central and South Andros and Mangrove Key is so focused on seeing completed. The Speaker, he has been so dedicated to that project that I hope the gym will be named after him. Since it looks as though his party is trying to retire him by bringing the outside in to test the ground. The Speaker, seats are won, not inherited. The Speaker, in Central Andros, engineers are being contracted to undertake the technical studies that are required for the construction of the magnificent, Speaker, the magnificent new modern Fresh Creek Bridge. We expect to be able to tender the project by this time next year and to begin the construction of the new bridge, which will be the second longest bridge in the Family Islands. We are committed to finding a minimum of $10 million that will be required to build that vital link in Andros. Speaker, I told my homeboy from South Andros that I have his back. After all, sir, he's the senior man in this department. He's been elected for 3 consecutive terms. But even after the last 5 years, 5 years under the PLP, this current leader is Minister of Public Works. The roads in South Andros still look like the surface of the moon. Mr. Speaker, the FNM is a friend of South Andros. We will do for them. We will do for them what the PLP refused to do. So, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated the sum of $8,432,965.33 to pave roads in South Andros.
You know, we gotta take care of our home.
Speaker, that work will begin by the middle of the year because we have all the contractors busy right now. The Speaker, in Central and South Andros, it's the people's time. Speaker, I now turn to Exuma and Ragged Island, which is the last island. Speaker, this constituency has been represented by the PLP for the past almost 18 years. So unfortunately, residents of Exuma and Ragged Island have suffered since 2002. 2 terms under PLP governments and Exuma still suffers. But that's the way of the PLP. 15 years with 1 PLP MP, and now almost 3 with another PLP MP, and still the people of Exuma suffer. So when the current MP says that he speaks for the people, that's about all he can do, Mr. Speaker. Talk, talk, talk. The truth is that Exuma and Ragged Island have suffered under the PLP. But Mr. Speaker, the FNM loves Exuma.
We love
And in 2022, we coming for our things. So today, I bring good tidings that will bring great joy to the residents of Exuma and Ragged Island. First, Mr. Speaker, we have completed the docks in Baritari, and we saw a wonderful bipartisan ceremony with myself and the MP in Baritari. There was 4 of us. That is the gateway to the Exuma Keys.
We did something, right?
Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I come to Ragged Island. We have demolished the old school in Ragged Island that members left in Ragged Island.
Right.
It was a structure, Mr. Speaker, that must have been at least 50 years old. It was entirely unusable for modern day educational needs. In its place, Mr. Speaker, we will be building a state-of-the-art school. There will be a hurricane shelter. There will be a community center that is capable of withstanding winds of 180 miles per hour, and there will be 2 comfortable teachers' residences. Speaker, these structures are built in an environment where there are no amenities. The contractor has to first construct a building called a man camp, where his workers can live. Then he has to ship in equipment, beds, food, toiletries, and other necessities for them to live while they build the structure. Nevertheless, sir, we are confident that when we are finished, Ragged Island will have the most modern school in the Family Islands, the most modern. It will provide a template to show that a Family Island education, like you and I had Central and South Andros, it will provide a template to show that a Family Island education is not a second-class education. Mr. Speaker, in Ragged Island, it's the people's time. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the government has committed $1,474,939.20 to repair and pave the roads in Black Point, Exuma. Those roads are in disastrous shape, but Black Point needs and deserves to have Black Point man here deserves to have drivable roads. Two PLP administrations refuse to do it. We're going to do it for Black Point. The Speaker, in Black Point is the people's time. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, we have committed $8,047,715.76 to reconstruct and pave roads in Great Exuma. Mr. Speaker, they talk, we perform. Mr. Speaker, in Exuma, it's the people's time. Mr. Speaker, time does not permit a more extensive discourse on all the work that's being completed by my ministry. I thank you for the extra time that you provided. Suffice it to say, sir, that we are working for the people, and in the process, we are improving their lives. The money that the government is borrowing will help us to restore some degree of normalcy to Abaco and Grand Bahama. It is critically needed. And in governance, Mr. Speaker, our duty is to be our brother's keeper. Mr. Speaker, unlike members opposite, this FNM government does not punish Family Island residents because they elected an MP from the other party. Residents of Long Island and Abaco suffered for decades under these retaliatory policies of the PLP. We refuse to engage in such tactics because it's the people's time, and this FNM government is for all Bahamians. Speaker, I close, finally, by saying that I am disappointed, but not surprised that neither the leader of the opposition nor any opposition MP has publicly condemned or apologized for the self-hating remarks uttered publicly by one of their national officers. Had such a comment been made by an officer of the FNM, they would have made that the issue in this entire debate. The issue.
Honorable member for Carmichael, the chair recognizes honorable member for Mango Key, South and Central, Andros.
Speaker, the member for Carmichael knows better. As a matter of fact, if he were to go there, we would have made notes by our party.
Let me hear the member from Mango Key.
The chairman of our party would have noted in no small way and written to the Prime Minister and leadership of this country about the comments made by a board sitting member of who's a member of his party, who made as a matter of fact, most derogatory comments in our society about persons and their various genders in our society. And nothing was done or said about it, about asking him to simply, As a matter of fact, he doubled down on these comments. As a matter of fact, he want to tell someone at our party, at our rally to make comments that were meant in a jocular kind of mode, and then you're going to simply say to someone who's serving on a public board, who makes comments that are most disparaging about people in their society and their choices of whatever society to make, and they don't withdraw it. Us sitting on a public board and we at our own private rally, you're telling us we should be ashamed of those comments? The speaker, come on, the member knows better. He should not even go down that path. He knows that.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear a point of order, so let me say what I was saying. I am disappointed, but not surprised, that neither the leader of the opposition nor any opposition MP has publicly condemned the self-hating remarks that were uttered publicly by one of their national officers. Had such a comment be made by an officer of the FNM, they would have made that the issue in this entire debate. The fact that not a single one of them has spoken out to condemn the self-hate is a very sad and telling statement. Mr. Speaker, without heating up this room anymore, Michael supports the resolution.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Mr. Speaker, just let me say.
Excellent, go Michael.
All right, let me just say.
Even Brandon can say nothing but that.
That I never had the opportunity, and I never had thought I would have to address, but the hypocrisy of the member for Carmichael. Blatant hypocrisy. Mr. Speaker, remarks were made at a rally that we had. Right? And Mr. Speaker, the person who made the remarks apologized publicly and promptly at the instance of our party. I followed that up with my own press release, right? For what and explaining what had happened, and accepting an apology and right, and that's what we did, Mr. Speaker. Now look at it the other way. This member has sitting on a board that falls in that member from Carmichael has sitting on a gentleman who call this member and others. I mean, it's the most hateful,
repeat it.
xenophobic, I'm not going to repeat it, remarks, right? In fact, it caused me to write, I wrote to my bishop because he's a member of our church, right? We wrote to the Prime Minister to ask him to take note of what is happening. In fact, what the gentleman did, he ran back and said, he didn't just repeat it, he said he'll do it again and threatened us.
And he's still on the board.
Right, Mr. Speaker, and I take this opportunity to say as well that we wrote to the Commissioner of Police. No, we spoke. I wrote a letter to the Commissioner of Police complaining because he threatened us. He threatened me. Right? But, typically, and not surprising, the Commissioner of Police has yet to respond to me. Right? But listen, the hypocrisy. Well, let me say, Mr. Speaker, that officer of our party, she apologized to the public. I accepted that apology, and we wrote that, and that's done. But that man who still sits on the board, this member who raised the matter here, gave me that opportunity. I didn't talk to him.
Find your board.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Condemn your board member.
Why do?
Condemn your board member.
As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Mr. Speaker, it is through the Almighty God that I move. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to stand here this evening on behalf of the great people of Central and South Eleuthera, Mr. Speaker, and to be able to lend my voice on this debate today. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to send my condolences to the Commodore, Mr. Butch Cavallo, on the loss of his daughter a couple of days ago. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to send my condolences out to the Smith's family. The Honorable Alvin Smith, former Speaker, the loss of his brother, Keith Smith. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to send my condolences out to the family of Frankie Smith, a young man in the Williamsburg area who lived his life, and Frankie was a Frankie. But he was one that people loved no matter what he did. And of course, Mr. Speaker, there's another young man named, I would like to send my condolences out to the Williams family in Williamsburg as well. And of course, Mr. Speaker, to the McCartney family, Mahalia McCartney, a woman who is extraordinary. Mr. Speaker, also well wishes goes out to Mr. Patrick Maynard. He is hospitalized. He's been in Princess Margaret Hospital for the last few weeks, and he is not feeling well, and his wife is basically bedridden for quite some time in Roxanne. We send our blessings out to them. I'm honored to be able to speak on this midterm budget. Mr. Speaker, as we as young Bahamians would sit and listen to this honorable house and listen to the debate that takes place here, Mr. Speaker, many Bahamians will recognize that the purpose of the government coming back to this honorable house, taking us perhaps a bit deeper in debt. But Mr. Speaker, every Bahamian in this country knows the reason and the purpose of the borrowing of this funding, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is so amazing to young persons in these communities is honorable men and women come to this honorable house and try to pick holes in what we're doing here. Mr. Speaker, this country cannot operate without funding. And every Bahamian in this country recognizes the shortfalls that we've had. We as a government, Mr. Speaker, had to make some tough challenges to decide what direction we're going to be taking this country in the next few months, Mr. Speaker. And the good people of Abaco and Grand Bahama deserve to have the best, just like any other Bahamians throughout this country. And I applaud my government for making such decisions, minding you that it is a tough decision to make such a bold step at this time. Mr. Speaker, South and Central Illusia supports this because we are our brother's keepers. Mr. Speaker, not only that, sir, when I spoke last in this honorable place, I made certain requests of my government on behalf of the good people of South and Central Illusia. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to announce that good days are ahead for Central and South Illusia, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of South and Central Illusia, more than 200 customers of the Bahamas Power and Light continue to enjoy the benefits of the VAT exemption, Mr. Speaker. More than 300 plus customers of the water and sewage today are benefiting from the waived VAT. Mr. Speaker, my constituents continue to enjoy the increase in the customs personal travel expansion from $300 to $500 per person. Mr. Speaker, we must stay focused and determined towards the rebirth of our Bahama land. Mr. Speaker, I spoke from these halls on behalf of the people of South and Central Illusia who would like to see the bed taxes coming in, going into the sinking fund for the national debt, by way of taxation from homeowners and their rentals. Illusia has experienced an increase, Mr. Speaker, in air and sea arrivals by more than 23%, Mr. Speaker, and for cruise arrivals, more than 105%. Illusia continues to deliver real value in the travel market, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when one looks at the rich history of Illusia, the land of freedom, we must find our ways to expose it as a greater number of visitors, thus collecting revenue without raising taxes on the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, road safety is an important focus for my government and the people of Illusia. Sadly, Eleuthera has the highest record of traffic fatalities per capita in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and we are looking forward to that changing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people of South and Central Eleuthera have long awaited proper roads and proper road signage and proper road markings. This is truly a red letter day for South and Central Eleuthera, which was announced during a recent visit to the South and Central Eleuthera by the member of Kalani, the most honorable Prime Minister, during his visit to South and Central, and announced that we will receive completion of roadworks, including all roads and markings. Mr. Speaker, the good people of South and Central Eleuthera, along with the visiting public, deserves to have passable roads that are safe to the motoring public and pedestrians alike. Mr. Speaker, South and Central Eleuthera is grateful to be recipients of the complete roadwork. Mr. Speaker, we anticipate the property in Hadji Bay owned by BAIC to be available to those young men to enable them to build their own homes. Presently, there were some 80+ applicants who are waiting to take advantage of the land availability. Mr. Speaker, also, the good people of Deep Creek is an area it's called the Gully Hole, which those residents have known all of their lives where they went for recreation purposes in the Deep Creek area. It was placed on Crown land, Mr. Speaker, and today they're having challenges that individuals are now claiming somewhere with those older folks enjoyed their summers and their vacations are now claiming to own that land. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking my government to make sure to look into that matter. Mr. Speaker, also, I would like to say to the member from Freetown that we spoke about this matter before at the Governor's Harbour International Airport, where we're having challenges with the conditions of the buildings. And now we're having challenges with the airstrip. And also the Roxanne airstrip is in desperate need of repairs. And also that airport needs firefighting equipment. I'm asking my government to look into this because Eleuthera is on the move, and these are things that needs to be put in place. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to speak about the docks in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, as the minister from Carmichael has revealed in this honorable house, that the docking facility in Roxanne and Tarpon Bay will get some attention. Mr. Carmichael, I would like to thank you on behalf of the people, Central and South, especially in the South Louis area, for looking after our docks. We're looking forward to that great day when those docks will be repaired. Mr. Speaker, Governor's Harbour and Hatchet Bay docks are basically needs repairs as well. Mr. Speaker, South and Central Eleuthera is in urgent need of its port to be properly manned, Mr. Speaker. On any given day, you could find mariners and crabs in our harbors. This revenue needs to be properly and safely collected. Mr. Speaker, the local government system in the Family Islands should be restudied, and there needs to be an amendment to the Local Government Act, Mr. Speaker. And also, Mr. Speaker, I take this moment and to say this. As being a member of the local government for many, many years, there's always room for just a few more dollars to make life better in the Family Islands. Mr. Speaker, Bannerman Town has been asking for cable TV and pleading to Cable Bahamas. After almost 3 years in office, the promises were made. Bannerman Town is a community like any other community that deserves to have the essential things in life. And also the residents of Roxanne and the east end of Roxanne basically is saying the same thing. Mr. Speaker, there's much progress being made in my constituency. We are on an upward trend. Mr. Speaker, just this past Saturday, I spoke to a young entrepreneur in Governor's Harbor who told me, Mr. Johnson, business is good. I've never seen so much people walking and so much people coming in our business. Money is being made. Don't listen to people talking foolishness. Mr. Speaker, I want all ears to hear as the message for the good people of South and Central Eleuthera who elected me to represent them in this honorable place. As mandated by the people while the world watches, the people spoke and prayed, it came to pass. Mr. Speaker, Disney has met and held discussions with the communities, the leaders, the residents, the young people, the schools, and senior citizens alike, keeping them informed of the proposed project. Disney today remains respectful to the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the people of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, more so, the people of South and Central Eleuthera. Just this past Thursday, Disney, along with the Eleuthera Chamber of Commerce and the Access Acceleration Small Business Development Center, to help entrepreneurs and small business sign a memorandum with the Bahamas government, with the member of each stand when Bahama and the Deputy Prime Minister was present for the signing. I want to thank our Deputy Prime Minister for coming on and signing on behalf of the government and the people of Eleuthera. Mr. Speaker, Disney will only begin construction after the environmental impact assessment is accepted by the concerned and caring government. Disney is in the midst of the pre-qualification process for contractors so that they are able to maximize Eleuthera and border Bahamians, particularly once the ESA is accepted by the government. So while some say we are doing nothing, we are working, and soon, and very soon, the groundswell will begin to manifest for all of us to see. Mr. Speaker, Eleuthera is on the move. However, life through changes, and there are things that are necessary to deal with the changes. When I spoke on the previous budget, I mentioned some things I mentioned some things as I was mandated to do. I wish at this time to bring to the attention of the following. Social services on the island appears to be having some challenges with the food vouchers in South Eleuthera. My colleague, the Minister of Social Services, and I would have spoken to this reference. I'm sure you will look into this for the people of the affected areas. I would also like to remind the Minister of the roof repairs, the small roof repairs in South and Central Eleuthera, that the seniors in particular are looking forward to that help, where their roofs can be repaired. Mr. Speaker, the self-help block that was started by the PTA of Emma Cooper Primary School, Palmetto Point, now needs to be completed. We have welcomed any number of students from Abaco and Freeport, so in order to safely and comfortably accommodate the additional students, the classroom block must be completed. My colleague, the member from South Beach and the Minister of Education, I know that the safety and comfort of these students mean what it means to you. South and Central, thank you for your kind consideration. Further, Preston H. Aubrey High School is in need of replacement of a roof for the past 5 years plus. When it rains, it pours. Members of the South Beach, member for South Beach and Minister of Education, thank you again. The students and teachers can now look forward to drier days. Mr. Speaker, this F&M government made a promise to the people of South and Central to provide proper medical facilities on the island. The member from Elizabeth, the Minister of Health, I would like on behalf of the good people of South and Central Eleuthera to thank you in advance for making the promise come alive. The good people of Governor's Harbor is looking forward to the repairs and renovations being done in a timely manner of their community clinic. As Eleuthera is restored to its glory days and people return home to raise their families and retire, our medical emergency vehicles and operators must be commended for the job that they continuously to do daily in saving lives and property. The Men of Faith and the Haste Team, non-profitable organizations on Eleuthera, as well as the One Eleuthera and Seat Tarpon Bay, who have a fire truck and ambulance that has been operating from donations and self-help. I am sure the good number from Elizabeth and Minister of Health is mindful to look at some of these costs involved in operating these ambulances. Mr. Speaker, I'll take a pause there for a second because the services which is rendered by self-help, if many communities in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas would take pattern as to what these young men are doing and what they're giving to the island of Eleuthera, we would have a better island. My colleague from Mount Moriah and Minister of National Security, along with the Royal Bahamas Police Force Department, will consider the 2 trucks and 1 water tanker presently in our fleet. Also, I must thank the Police Department and the Minister for attending the recent graduation ceremony for the Neighborhooding Crime Watch in South and Central Eleuthera. Mr. Speaker, the Sweeting Pond in Hatch Bay is the home of a rare species of seahorses. I have had this conversation with the member for Marco City and the Minister of Agriculture to reserve the Sweeting Pond as a national park. The people of Hatch Bay are waiting to have the conversation about the land being considered by the Bahamas National Trust, while local residents of Hatch Bay cannot own a piece of the land to build a home and raise their families. I thank you, sir, for your kind attention. Mr. Speaker, I spoke of the cemetery in Roxanne and Hatchet Bay previously in this House. Roxanne is in urgent need of a burial ground. Property has been allocated and given to the people by the local government. Hatchet Bay and Tarpon Bay cemeteries are in urgent need of a seawall to secure their loved ones resting there. Mr. Speaker, Tarpon Bay Graveyard, where it is located, really needs some attention. Another heavy northwester in the Tarpon Bay area will be into the graveyard. I'm asking my government to consider. I know seawalls weren't on your agenda, but please take a look at that seawall first. That's present. And Hatchet Bay Graveyard is similar, where in '92, it was a disaster in there. And that remains open to the ocean. So those areas, if we can pay some attention to those, I would be grateful. Mr. Speaker, South and Central Eleuthera needs our government to look into the urgent matter to erase the burden of those families members who are needing such services that their loved ones may rest in dignity. Mr. Speaker, also, it was promised to first-time land and homeowners in the Governor's Harbour community that they will have available to them land in the Governor's Harbour community for their purchase, that they can live in the place of their birth. And members from Kalani with responsibility for land reform. Speaker, Governor's Harbour is basically faced with the same situation like Hatchet Bay. They're landlocked. And I'm asking this honorable House again to reconsider, to give those young people an opportunity to own the piece of the community which they grew up in. Because the land belongs to the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And I feel certain that those individuals deserve to be able to purchase a piece of their land right where they were born. The young people of Governor's Harbour are looking forward to that scope of land being available to them. Mr. Speaker, I stand today in honor of the resilient spirit of the people of the land of freedom, Eleuthera. It is the strength of our faith, the belief in our dreams that keeps us strong and help us to remain focused. Just before I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, I must give thanks to the Police Department, the Defense Force, Customs, Immigration, Prison, and the medical personnel. I must mention of those doctors and nurses on the island of Eleuthera, they must be commended for the job they are doing every day. Mr. Speaker, the performance of our medical team in the island of Eleuthera is unbelievable, and they need to be commended. And I want to thank them from this honorable House for for the service you're offering to the people of Eleuthera. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas Customs and Immigration Department in Central are in urgent need of a warehouse for proper storage. In Central Eleuthera, there's one main dock where that's the only dock in Eleuthera that international vessels are able to come into now, which is in Governor's Harbor. And we're asking that that dock get some attention. And there is nowhere to store, for customs to store the goods. I must also say, for the most part of our government departments and civil servants are enthused as this caring government is looking forward. Their concerns, looking forward and taking care of their concerns on the job. Mr. Speaker, a good name attracts opportunity. This FNM government is well on its way to restoring the good name of the Bahamas through painful and unpopular decisions. It requires that we stand up for truth and justice, even when we have to choose between protecting our political war friends, family, and true friends. Mr. Speaker, we are on our way up. As long as we continue to serve with dignity, I must publicly thank those hardworking officers of the constituency of Central and South Eleuthera, recognizing that I represent from Hatchie Bay in the north to Betterman Town in the south. While I would like to visit all persons most days and on all occasions, however, it is just not possible. But now that you are always in my prayers and throughout my life, and my very supportive wife, we care about you, all sincerely. Mr. Speaker, South and Central supports this midterm budget. Mr. Speaker, just before I take my seat, I'd like to send condolences out to another lady who's so dear to me, has always been one who encouraged me from the time I took on this political journey, one who would call now and then to say, boy, and she always said, you're Jane, boy, right? My dad is from Harbour Island, she's from Harbour Island, but she was family. She always expressed her love, her concern. She always called and encouraged me. When the days were dull and dark and dim, she would call and encourage me. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to offer my condolences to the family of Olga Higgs, my good friend, my mother, my aunt. May her soul rest in peace, and she rise in glory. Mr. Speaker, South and Central Eleuthera supports this bill. Undoubtedly, Mr. Speaker, we support this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Resolution, that be it resolved that the business of this House do continue beyond 7 p.m. today, Wednesday, February 19th, 2020. You guys second that?
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do extend beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The business of this House will extend beyond the 7 p.m. hour this evening. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd first like to say a special thanks to the people of Marco City for their continued support and the confidence they have placed in our team. I wish to thank all of the volunteers and persons who continue to work with us. Mr. Speaker, very shortly after the hurricane, the team in Marco City, in less than 3 days, were on the road offering assistance first in Marco City and by extension, all constituencies on the island of Grand Bahama. Until Christmas, the team worked 7 days a week. our office was open 7 days a week. Persons were exhausted, many of them their own homes damaged, but they continued to help. And at the peak of our operation, employed 28 persons. And we want to thank all of them, their families, and of course, all of the volunteers who augmented, added to the work that they did. Post the Christmas season, we've continued to work, Mr. Speaker. The bus continues to travel in communities throughout Grand Bahama, but certainly, and more specifically, Marco City, on the breakfast run, the lunch run. The box truck continues to move through as well, delivering supplies, assisting NGOs, and of course, benefiting from their assistance. We've just recently, Mr. Speaker, advertised a vehicle generously donated by a consortium here in New Providence, and in particular, Mr. Ethrick Bowe. We are now providing transportation for senior citizens in particular, and members of the community who are differently able, who are going to NIB or to pay a particular bill or run some other errand. We'll be providing that service from 9 to 4 p.m. in conjunction with Pastor Simeon Outen, who is in fact assisting us with some of the drivers so that we are able to better serve the community. It is our honor to serve you, and we'll continue to do so. For more than 3 months now, we've been assisting with building supplies, and we are happy that we're on the eve of receiving greater resources as the government program kicks in. We'd like to certainly remind those that are working on behalf of the government that the members of Parliament have the single greatest directory of their constituents. We understand our constituency better than any other, and so we fully expect to be integrated in all efforts being made on behalf of our residents. It is an uncomfortable feeling when residents are calling concerning matters that decisions are being made by any agency, particularly those funded by the government, and we are being briefed on the matter in some cases or not briefed. We want to be at the table constantly having a discussion before fundamental decisions are made that affect Marco City. So I want to say to the residents of Grasmere in particular, who had 5 feet and more, in some cases 8 feet of water, that we are having discussions with respect to those assessments that you've expressed any concerns about, and we are working with you and on your behalf. We will not let you down, and we encourage you to keep the faith. I want to, Mr. Speaker, thank my colleagues who continue to do a yeoman's job in helping residents in Grand Bahama. The cleanup program is underway, and so I want to say to the residents in Marco City to cooperate with that program. You would have seen the heavy equipment throughout the community, picking up debris. We're asking you to separate bush, trees, limbs, etc., from appliances so that we are able to systematically pick them up. Our offices are open. We not only feel your pain out of empathy, we are experiencing some of the same conditions. And to all my colleagues who continue to fly into Grand Bahama and assist weekly in the transformation of Grand Bahama, one community at a time, today I wish to say thank you, and to all the NGOs, the faith-based organizations. I want to say thank you for all of the support that you continue to give. Mr. Speaker, I wish to turn my attention to the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources, and forgive me for going exceptionally quick. I want to begin by saying thank you to the hardworking team members of the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources, those persons who work in BASFA, the Bahamas Agricultural Health and Food Safety Authority, BAMSI, BAIC, we are grateful for the sacrifices you continue to make to move this country in the direction of food security, making sure that we have the right quantities of food, the right quality of food, and to make sure that in the event that there are any external or catastrophic events overseas that affect the supply chain, that we will be in a position to feed our people. This administration has made significant progress in this area over the last 2.5 years. Under BASFA, a new authority, we are now in a position to provide better protection for the cross-border movement of plants, animals, and food products that would have been derived from either of them. BASFA is led by a talented young team that's focused on making sure that the Bahamian health is protected. They're in the process of developing an extensive laboratory system in collaboration with other government institutions. In particular, they've opened discussions with UB, the University of the Bahamas. They've worked with regional and international organizations to ensure that National Sanitary and Phytosanitary Committee benefits from the best information and knowledge from around the world. They're diligently working to set up veterinary services and the subcommittees to assist. And of course, they are on top of the challenges that may arise relative to food safety and ensuring that there is quality in the way in which our practitioners and stakeholders deal with plant and animal health. Just recently, we faced a serious challenge in Andros with the discovery of E. coli in certain wells within North Andros. We are pleased to indicate that the incredible work being done by the Water and Sewage Department ensured that not a drop of city water was negatively affected. BASFA, in conjunction with other government agencies, sprung into action, tested at least 25 wells, reported to the public, convened a public meeting, ensured that an antimicrobial wash was put in place both at BAMSI and in the packing houses to wash all fruits and vegetables leaving North Andros, to shut down unregulated transport, and to inform all stakeholders of what provisions were put in place. We signed, upon the advice of the Attorney General, a stop order, and we are constantly monitoring and testing, and that pilot project will, of course, then be moved throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thanks to all who have participated. We've also moved in very quickly and issued eviction notices for those persons who are illegally occupying agricultural land. And in short order, there will be the expiration of those notices, and we will take the necessary action, if necessary, to ensure that all government land is vacant, both persons and those structures that have been erected. Mr. Speaker, as I turn my attention to BAIC, I want to applaud the team. We have moved quickly to conduct a HR audit, as well as to commence the serious work of completing audits that have been outstanding. We are now seeking to close the 2014 audit so that we can address any concerns that might arise within BAIC concerning the financial management of the corporation. Mr. Speaker, we have been diligent at BAIC in conducting training courses throughout the Bahamas in conch shell jewelry, straw work, various areas of handicraft. BAIC has been leading the charge with respect to the revitalization of the sponge industry on a number of islands, including Andros, working diligently in Long Island and in Grand Bahama. They've been at the forefront of the Cascarilla project, benefiting from international funding, a multi-sectoral approach has been taken by this administration to ensure that we work with residents in MyCal, industrious, entrepreneurially minded people. And to date, 300, I'm advised, 300 and at least 3 persons are a part of the Cascarilla project. A processing plant will be erected to extract the oil. We believe that this can be a bonanza for the Bahamas, and we await the allocation of land, which we are confident that this government will make available to the people of Acklands and, of course, MyCal, so that they are able to ensure that Cascarilla is planted and it is sustained. Mr. Speaker, BAIC, we believe, will continue to build capacity working with SPDC, the Chamber of Commerce, and other financial institutions like the Bahamas Development Bank to help propel agricultural development by improving entrepreneurship throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And I applaud them for the work that they're doing. The Department of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, is also diligently working to ensure that we transform the Gladstone Road Agriculture Research Center. A number of clinical trials are going on at the center on a range of crops, which we believe that the science-based projects, which will yield good examples of good agriculture practices, will then be transferred to farmers throughout the Bahamas so that they can basically improve food security in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Let me pause just to say, Mr. Speaker, that we have taken great care to consult with stakeholders throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, in the business community, wholesalers, retailers, to make sure that we are informed by the persons who we rely on to do the people's business. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, we're continuing our consultations, and we intend to meet in March with the opposition, the official opposition and other political organizations in the country. I've already spoken with members opposite, in particular with the leader of the opposition, so that we are able to outline the proposed legislation, policies, projects of the government as it relates to agriculture and marine resources, so that if they have an input or concern about any particular initiative, they're able to give feedback, so that in the unlikely event that there's a change in government, that there will be no major disruption in the programming at the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources. And so I'm grateful to all of those opposite who have consented to be a part of those consultations. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Agriculture continues to do an incredible job at reforming and reinventing itself. It has been grossly understaffed. The top tier of the ministry has been approaching retirement, but nevertheless, they continue to show up and produce on the people's behalf. This administration has been diligent in helping to increase the technical staff available to do the people's work. And I'm grateful to my cabinet colleagues who've approved the largest hire of extension officers in at least 15 years for the Department of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker. These extension officers are pivotal in taking the information yield from the trials that we conduct and taking that information to farmers, to wholesalers, to retailers, to people in the agri-food business, so that they can fully appreciate basically what we can accomplish when we work together. We are also diligently working on our backyard farming program and our communal program. We have also entered into an arrangement with the Ministry of Education, where we are putting in various school aquaponics operations. Just in Grand Bahama recently, we have launched 2 programs, both at the 8 Mile Rock High and of course at Jack Haywood. We intend to expand this program even further. We expect by June to have at least 14 aquaponic operations up and running in schools on a number of family islands. In the community, we intend to work with diligent members of Parliament to help them with any communal or backyard agriculture program. We were pleased to collaborate with Minister Iram Lewis, who is doing an amazing job in Central Grand Bahama on so many levels. And of course, as the minister for the new ministry on reconstruction, again, who has been very helpful in that regard as well. And we are looking forward to continue to work with him, who have really quite possibly the most active backyard program in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Agriculture is continuing to network regionally. We are working with CARDI, which is the agriculture arm of CARICOM, with AICA, or some people say ICA, which is the agriculture arm of the Organization of American States, with FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, the agriculture arm of the UN system, and FAO, ICA, and CARDI has dispatched multiple missions to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So when folks talk about very little having been done towards food security, then we realize as a government, well, then we need to step up the public relations, because obviously they have missed the multiplicity of articles, radio, as well as television programs, award television programs, in terms of what we are doing to ensure that we can feed ourselves. Mr. Speaker, the Food and Agriculture Organization has recently dispatched post-Dorian a mission to evaluate the Bahamas with respect to the potential for greenhouse development. It is the same consultant that assisted Jamaica in increasing its inventory of greenhouses. They've sent a separate mission to look at the resurrection of the livestock industry in the Bahamas, particularly poultry and swine. Consultants have come from the Netherlands, from Rome, and of course Australia, and have met with stakeholders, and we have an active, vibrant agenda in ensuring that we dramatically reduce the amount of poultry and eggs that we import into the Bahamas. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will have good news for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas when I speak with you, God spares my life, 1 year from now in terms of what we're doing in livestock development. AICA has also brought a number of missions to the Bahamas, including just recently missions dealing with composting, looking at the possibility of also creating mulch. They have been a tremendous help to BASFA on sanitary and phytosanitary issues. And even as we speak now, Mr. Speaker, we are collaborating with the regional body that is looking at how to, in an integrated way, manage our water resource. And so even today, and again next week, we will have workshops going on. So we're working diligently with those organizations around the world who are pace setters in agriculture. In fact, the Bahamas is now an executive member of AICA, and Minister Wells played a pivotal role in that regard. And of course, we are on the Council, the governing body of the Food and Agriculture Organization in Rome, and Ms. Koshina Marshall is our representative. And so we are making inroads in terms of benefiting from those organizations around the world that are setting the pace in agriculture. Post-Dorian, they have been helpful to us in providing a tremendous amount of resources which we've distributed, whether it was pots, it was seeds, it was cuttings for crops, fertilizer, etc. They have provided assistance. In fact, there are those farmers in Grand Bahama, but more particularly in Abaco, who are now harvesting some of the items that were delivered to them in the form of seeds as we speak. And so we know that these efforts with international organizations, it's paying dividends. The Food and Agriculture Organization have recently committed to a project we expect will exceed $500,000 towards helping us in our recovery efforts. And so we are pleased, Mr. Speaker, with the progress that we are making. We are in the process through the Policy and Planning Division, ably led by Briquel Pinder and a dynamic team. We have recently completed several key studies that will impact the strategic direction of agriculture. Mr. Speaker, governments are continuous, which is why I keep the Honorable Renwood Wells on speed dial. Whenever I need additional advice, I call the Honorable Alfred Gray, and prior to his death, the Honorable Tennyson Wells, to benefit from the collective wisdom of those persons who sat in the chair that I'm now sitting in. And Mr. Speaker, they have all been generous in the advice that they have given, and our team work in a politically tribalistic environment to ensure that we have an environment where people want to show up and work for the betterment of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And so I'm pleased with the progress that we're making. The studies conducted, Mr. Speaker, were funded by the Inter-American Development Bank, and we are grateful to the IDB. We are looking at boutique agriculture and approaching agriculture from the standpoint that we must reduce the food import. We are importing, Mr. Speaker, in the vicinity of $600 million worth of food annually. But the studies clearly indicate that the 14 sensitive crops that we have identified and the livestock, we have the capacity to substitute the import by producing those items locally in the event that we make the required investment in the sector. It is not going to happen organically. It's going to happen because we intentionally set out a program. And so we have shared with our team members the comprehensive program we intend to set out. And so import substitution is going to be our focus to first satisfy the domestic population, which includes 7 million tourists who are a part of our population. And we are expanding our extension services so that we can carry the correct information, share it with our farmers, with our fishers, so that they can prepare to make sure that they supply the demand that is out there. We have operated from a supply-driven standpoint, producing what we felt like, not being certain that we had a market to share it in. However, we are taking our cues from the market. So another part of our strategy is to introduce new technology, climate smart technology, hydroponic, aquaponics, varieties of plants and seeds that are resistant to some of the challenges, diseases, as well as climatic that exist in this region. And so, Mr. Speaker, we believe that we are on the right track. We clearly are trying to pick up the pace in order to make this happen. And so we are grateful to all the multilateral organizations that have been assisting us, and we are grateful to all of our team members who show up and work every day. Mr. Speaker, BAMSI is also a part of the network of the organs that work in conjunction with the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources. We've done a number of things to make some adjustments in BAMSI. One of the things is we put in place a board of directors. The board of directors, Mr. Speaker, is responsible for coming up with a transparent budget every year so that we're able to make sure that funds are allocated to the programs which we promise to deliver on behalf of the Bahamian people. They have moved very quickly to do a number of things. One, Mr. Speaker, is to put under cultivation a wide range of crops, including acres of pineapple, as well as dwarf coconuts, to ensure that we conduct studies on the profitability of these particular products, how they perform under the conditions that exist, what inputs are required to make sure that they're successful, and then to share these best practices with farmers. So a number of clinical trials, both on the plant production as well as the animal production side, are underway. More needs to be done in this regard. BAMSI does not have sufficient researchers, and we are in the process of sourcing additional talent to make sure that we are able to conduct the requisite studies required in order to provide science-based evidence to farmers, to policymakers, so that all of us can make sensible decisions. BAMSI, under the university component of BAMSI, under the able leadership of Dr. Hanna, is also engaged in striking important relationships or forging strong relationships with universities through memorandum of understandings, and these relationships are producing results already. And so I'm proud that we are on the right road. We need to move faster. Our goal, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that BAMSI is not in the food production business, but it is in the research, education, and training business. And the food production side should be done by a private sector group in conjunction with BAMSI in order to generate money. Governments have not done well in the production business, and that is a business we're getting out of. The extension services, which was previously under BAMSI, is moving to the Department of Agriculture. They can do that job best. BAMSI is going to concentrate on research, education, and training. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are proud of the adjustments that we are making. A number of things had to be adjusted, Mr. Speaker. It's not been all in the press because we're not looking for a I got you moment. We are looking for, can we secure the future of Bahamian moments. We don't want to cut a snapshot, we will cut a movie about improving the nature of agriculture in the country. Bamzi has also been intimately involved in a wide range of studies, which we'll elaborate on in the weeks and months ahead. And so I just want to just underscore the point that in an appreciable and measurable way, Bamzi, the Department of Agriculture, is building on what has been done before, but we are moving food security to the point where we believe as Bahamians, we can produce more and add to the GDP of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And so I want to say to those persons who work in Bamzi, like the Department of Agriculture, like BAIC, to keep the faith, remain committed to the mission ahead. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Marine Resources has been doing an amazing job. As you would be aware, the spiny lobster, for example, which happens to be the #1 revenue earner for the Bahamas in terms of export from our ministry. Every year, the season closes, we have any number of Bahamians whose life's fortunes have changed for the better. Mr. Speaker, however, they have faced a challenge, and that is poaching, particularly by Dominicans in the south, and in the north by sports fishermen. We are grateful for the work that the Ministry of National Security has been doing, the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the fishers who continue to inform us of the encroachment, and for neighboring governments, Turks and Caicos Island, and of course Cuba and the United States in particular. We have been able, over the last year, to have the largest interdiction in the history of the Bahamas in terms of the amount of poachers that we have caught, the largest fines assessed in the history of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We want to say to our fishers to keep the faith. We are working diligently with you and on your behalf, and we are going to protect this resource. I want to say to those commercial fishers who we met with more than a year ago and signaled that we did not intend to renew Dominicans' work permit. We want to say to you, we are concerned about your livelihood. We will work with you to find additional workers, which is particularly why we put in place a national dive program, so that that's one of several locations where you can go to find divers, though we understand it is your primary responsibility to find workers for the enterprise that you have formed. We're saying we're concerned about your development, but we have an obligation to protect the Bahamian patrimony. And for that reason, we did not and do not intend to sign work permits for non-Bahamian divers. Toward that end, we are clarifying through the Fisheries Act, even more so, we intend to clarify that Bahamian waters are reserved for Bahamian fishers. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with all of the NGOs to ensure that we protect the Bahamian conch, which is why we're changing the regulations, among which we intend to ensure that tourists are not able on pleasure crafts to collect conch in Bahamian water. They will have to disembark, buy it at one of the local conch stands. We also intend to ensure that conch is landed in the shell. We will make the determination on the timeline for that introduction, and we are continuing the final stage of our consultation. We are also going to step up enforcement, and thanks to the Cabinet of the Bahamas, we've hired the largest number of fisheries officers in the history of the Bahamas. 37 fisheries officers and their assistants were hired over the course of the last year. We want to thank the Department of Cooperatives, who have expanded youth cooperatives throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, who are working with the apiary group in Grand Bahama and elsewhere in the Bahamas, who are working diligently with the Cascarilla group in Acklins, and who continue to work with spongers and others. Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, don't mind the amount of pages that you see. These are just markings. Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, I just want to say, with respect to the Human Resources Department at the ministry, we are so grateful. Mr. Speaker, there are persons in the Department of Agriculture, Marine Resources, and otherwise, Mr. Speaker, if I could just beg your indulgence for a couple more minutes, who they themselves are waiting for promotion. They themselves are waiting in some cases for reclassification, but they continue to work diligently to help members of our team. We just had a general staff meeting, 500 staff members we met with to lay out the vision for the year ahead and basically to assure them that we are working in their interest. Minister of Public Service has been exceptionally helpful. He spent hours with our team, helping us work through the thorny issues so that we are able to address long outstanding issues relative to our staff members. And through the intervention of his diligent team, we've been able to solve a number of matters relative to our team members. And so I want to say thank you to Minister Roll and his entire team. And I want to thank the HR department for the work that they're doing. And want to thank the cooperative department. I wish to thank the land unit that's working with the Member of Parliament for North Andros in helping, as the Prime Minister mandated, to ensure that those persons embark in Bartard, that they get the lease for the acreage that the cabinet approved. And so just know, and again, we consulted with the former minister from the Progressive Liberal Party side on what were the challenges they faced, what were the amount of acreage that they had planned to allocate. And he said what we did, the Honorable Alfred Gay confirmed that we have a generous offer on the table for residents of North Andros. And so I want to thank Mr. Boleg for his leadership in that regard, and to the Prime Minister who really drove this process and ensured that it happened. And finally, Mr. Speaker, let me say to the Regatta and Festivals desk, I want to thank the team there who've been doing an incredible job. We have 18 adult regattas, 17 youth regattas every year, and we continue, Mr. Speaker, to improve festivals and regatta throughout the Family Islands. It is really the single largest event for most of the communities where it exists, and it is transformative. And of course, as has been echoed by the leader opposite, we have made a commitment, no less than the Prime Minister, no less than the former minister, have made a commitment, and successive ministers, that it is the goal to have sailing in the Bahamas as the national sport. The Prime Minister then asked that we have consultations internally, and of course, the substantive Minister of Sports, we have spoken with Minister of Education, the Minister of Tourism, we've spoken with the various federations. 17 out of the 23 federations to date has indicated their support. One has indicated an abstention, which is cricket. And of course, so we have about 4 or 5 more groups to talk to. And of course, the leader of the opposition, as well as the deputy leader, have indicated their complete support for sailing as the national sport. So has the former Minister Algernon Allen, the former Minister Renwood Wells, the former Minister Alfred Gray, the former Minister Danny Johnson. All of them have indicated. So, Mr. Speaker, I would stop there only to say to my colleagues, thank you for the hard work you continue to do against great odds, and to say to the people of Marco City, I absolutely love you. Thank you for the incredible sacrifice that you continue to make. And then, of course, to the three ladies in my life, Sister Laura Benson, Sister Burley's Lightburn Pittard, and Sister Michaela, my dear darling daughter. I love you. Daddy will see you soon. With those few words, I support this budget and the effort of this administration to heal this country.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. The chair recognizes Honorable Member Fox-Hill.
I think I stand to reserve Monday's spot for the member for Killarney.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
And with that, Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House suspends until 10 a.m. Monday, the 24th of February, 2020.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, before I put the motion, I just want to express my condolences to the Harcourt Curtis family of Nassau Village on his passing. They reside very near to my headquarters. And so we want to express our condolences to the Curtis family. And on a second matter, I want to give God thanks for his protection of the family of Everett Penniman, who suffered a armed invasion to his home. But thank God, while some material property may have been stolen, no one was injured or hurt in that incident. And so we want to give God thanks for that. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House suspend to Monday morning, the 24th of February, 2020. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The business of this House stands suspended until 10 a.m. Monday, the 24th of February, 2020.